For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning again. Good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is December 7th, 2022. It is precisely 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we give thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon those who are gathered this morning. Give now our leaders your courage, your direction, and your wisdom. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0892, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one clerical change on page 3 on a board appointment for Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman has nominated Thomas W. Dortch III for a district reappointment to an unexpired term ending December 31st, 2024.
So what did you say, a clerical?
A clerical change. It was for an appointment, but this is now considered a reappointment to an unexpired term.
Well, let's talk about that. All right. Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull that item off for consideration separately.
Yeah, I was going to pull that one off as well.
Thank you.
Any others? Madam Clerk, Commissioners?
No
All right,
further.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hausman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, regular meeting agenda, 22-0919, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda. On page 8, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The proclamation recognizing Chief Judge Brasher is being moved to the December 21st recess meeting. On page 13, 22-0942, Public Works. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide construction services associated with the Graham Drive Pump Station upgrade. This item is revised to correct the contract and compliance information. And on page 15, 22-0952, a resolution to establish supplement for the tax commissioner, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. This item is revised to correct the supplement amount. They just left off a decimal point.
All right, Commissioners. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was brought to my attention that someone has misled the supporters of PAD in stating that today we were going to vote on defunding PAD. And I just want to check because I see a public hearing for the budget, which we normally do, but we don't vote on it. And I also see, where is it? Yeah, that's the only thing that I see on here where we're addressing the budget to discuss it. And I just want to make sure there's no other item on the agenda that addresses the budget and PAD, so we don't have people sitting here waiting because they think that we're going to defund PAD today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments, adjustments, corrections? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the regular agenda as amended. A motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0920, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, November 2nd, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, November 16th, 2022.
It's a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0921, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Richard Belcher Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
How many are there? 5. All right. Then just in the interest of time, I would appreciate if you would limit your acceptance speeches to 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite Richard Belcher and his wife Sally to come down. Give them a hand. As I think all you know, Mr. Belcher's heading into retirement. We put him at the top of the agenda so he'll leave and not be encouraged to come back and find anything else to report about. And, you know, I invited some of our friends from DeKalb County and the city of Atlanta to come over too, but they said they had seen enough of him, but did wish him well. But in all seriousness, this guy is certainly a legend and really set the standard in Atlanta for investigative reporting. Many of us up here have been the subject of it, but he's definitely done it with fairness. Sternness at times, and he sticks with it, but he's definitely been fair. And I think all the citizens of the metro Atlanta area have benefited from the great work he's done over the years. So with that, I'm happy to read this proclamation. Whereas Richard Belcher is a native of Atlanta, Georgia, and graduated from Cross Keys High School in 1967. He furthered his education at Georgia State University, where he earned his bachelor's degree in marketing. And whereas Richard's initial plan was to become a stockbroker, but he quickly discovered that his passion is reporting the news while working at WGST Radio while in college. And whereas Richard began his career in television at WXIA TV, Channel 11, followed by 15 years at WAGA, some of you remember those call letters, now Fox News, as an investigative reporter and anchor. And whereas Richard was hired by WSB-TV in 1990 and spent 22 years of his career there as an anchor and investigative reporter over the course of his entire career. Richard has covered numerous high-profile stories, including the Atlanta Child's Murders case and subsequent Wayne Williams trial and the Atlanta Public School cheating investigation. And whereas Richard's greatest achievement is his family, including his wife of 34 years, Sally Sears, his son, and 2 daughters. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Richard Belcher, 51 years of professionalism as an anchor and reporter, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 as Richard Belcher Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. You got to say a few words, so.
Hey, well, it's good to get this blue suit out of the closet. I'm not going to get much use for him. About 50 years ago, I was a young reporter who thought it was a great idea after a Fulton County Commission meeting where there were only 3 county commissioners at the time. I think it was Milton Ferris, Shag Cates, and Charlie Brown, and there was a very controversial decision that day about some rezoning up on the river, and I can't remember how it turned out, but I thought it was a good idea to follow Commissioner Cates out of the old commission chambers and into his office, and the way he later told the story to my general manager was that I chased him around his desk. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that, but my general manager did and said that would never happen again. And you know, it generally didn't happen again on Fulton County territory. It might have happened a couple of other places. But you know, for 23 years old, you gotta live and you gotta learn, you gotta make some mistakes. We live in a time where there's considerable friction between what I do and what these people do. Some of that's normal, but it can be fractious, it can be caustic, and it doesn't have to be. I would say on our part, the best way to make sure it doesn't happen is get it right, don't be a jerk, and just report hits, runs, and errors. Don't tweet out what you think about something. Save that for your other life when you retire. Just play it down the middle. And from your side, keep the doors open, give us the records that we want when we want them, and I will say that I've never had a problem here with long delays on getting records and meetings being closed, and I thank you, Jessica. You know, sometimes I may not get the answer I want, but I have never been delayed. Many of you will know that sometimes relations between government and reporters get so bad that, well, let's just say there's a government not so far from here where the press secretary was convicted of a crime for not abiding by all the terms of the Open Records Act. That doesn't have to happen. It hasn't happened here. Thank you for that. I've enjoyed working with you folks most of the time. And I wish you well, because one of the things I learned over the years is governing is not so easy as we on the outside think it is. You have limited resources. Everybody wants more, and it's tough to make these decisions. You get them right most of the time, you get them wrong some of the time. But we need to understand that from our point of view, that it's not as easy as we think it is. So God bless you. Keep it up.
Thank you, Richard. Hey, Jessica, come up and share this photo with us. So, yeah, Commissioner Morris is going to say, he's had a few rounds with Mr. Belcher. So,
Always on the same side, of course. I usually don't make much in the way of comments on these kinds of things, but Richard and Sally and I go back a long, long way, and we worked together on some things back when I was on the Atlanta City Council. And I've always thought that the press and elected officials have a mutuality of interest. They shouldn't be on opposites. Both of us ought to have the same incentive, and that is to have the public know as much as possible about their government. And that's always been my attitude. That's always been Richard's attitude and Sally's. And congratulations as we both walk out the door here.
I just wanted, and I wasn't going to say it to afterwards, but I think I need to say it publicly. This body had flowers for you, Sally, because you not only in your right had your own career, but you supported a wonderful man. And I apologize. I left the flowers at home, so I will forward the flowers to you, because just like we support him, we support everything you did to support him. So I have flowers for you. I just got to send it to your address now. So thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sigma Gamma Rho Incorporated Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down. Hey, good morning. Good to see you again. Hey. Good to see you. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you at the event. Good morning to you. Good morning. I didn't know you were sitting with Gamma Rho. Hey, good morning. Good to see you again. All right, spread on out. Good morning. It is an honor to present this to you, and it was so much fun being at your luncheon and celebrating all the awards, the honorees that you were honoring that day. And today there are two proclamations because we are also honoring Evelyn Hawkins Hood and Sigma Gamma Rho. And I will begin with Sigma Gamma Rho. Whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated was organized on November 12, 1922 in Indianapolis, Indiana at Butler University by 7 young educators, Mary Lou Allison, Gardner Little, Dorothy Handley Whiteside, Vivian Irene White Mabry, Nanny Mae Gahn Johnson, Hattie Mae, Annette Doolin Redford, Bessie Mae Downey Rhodes Martin, and Kubina McClure. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated's mission is to enhance the quality of life for women and their families in the United States and globally through community service and civil and social action, and a vision of greater service, greater progress. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho has welcomed more than 100,000 college and professional women from every profession and has more than 500 chapters in the United States, the Bahamas, Bermuda, Canada, Germany, South Korea, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the United Arab Emirates. And whereas the Eta Sigma chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated was founded in 1923 by past national president Fanny O'Bannon and is one of the oldest chapters in the Southeast. The chapter advises Spelman College, Clark Atlanta University, and the University of West Georgia. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated continues to define greatness 100 years later and continues to impact the community through scholarship, sisterhood, and service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated for its tireless commitment to service for our local community and beyond, and celebrates with the sisterhood as they celebrate 100 years of legacy, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 as Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. And for time's sake, I will continue on to whereas Evelyn Hawkins Hood was born and raised in Macon, Georgia, and earned her bachelor's degree from Payne College and her master's degree in education from Atlanta University. And Evelyn began her teaching career with Atlanta Public School at C.W. Hill Elementary School, where she taught second grade students for 40 years. She also volunteered at the Phyllis Wheatley YMCA for 25 years. And whereas Evelyn joined the Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated Sisterhood in 1950 through Eta Sigma, the Metro Atlanta Alumni Chapter, where she held many leadership positions in the local, regional, and international levels. And whereas most notably, Evelyn was elected the 14th International President of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated from 1976 to 1980. During her presidency, she established the sorority's National Education Fund that has raised more than $2 million in scholarships that have supported over 800 inner-city high school students, undergraduates, and postgraduates across the United States. And in her honor, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated created a national service award called the Evelyn Hawkins Hood Distinguished Service to Mankind Award. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Evelyn Hawkins Hood for her dedication to the education of youth and for her volunteerism and service to her community, and does proclaim Wednesday, December 7th, 2022 as Evelyn Hawkins Hood Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And here to accept on her behalf is her niece, Tracy Dumas. All right, congratulations.
I'm going to start by saying that she is 99 years old. And she has accomplished a very lot in her lifetime, and she's carried me along with her through her journey. And she just told me to tell you all, thank you, thank you, thank you for giving her her roses while she's still alive to commemorate this moment.
Tracy is a member of our Philo affiliate. They are women who serve along us in the community. And I'm Sharon Wilson, the president of Eta Sigma chapter. And I just want to thank Fulton County for this honor. We are elated as we have just celebrated 100 years of sisterhood, scholarship, and service. And so if you see all this royal blue and gold on the internet, is because we're going to be celebrating throughout the year, as well as Eta Sigma will be celebrating 100 years in 2023, serving the Fulton and Atlanta community. So once again, I just want to thank our dear founders, our 7 educators who bravely founded the sisterhood during the heightened times of the KKK in Indianapolis. I just want to thank everyone again. That's it.
Commissioner Khadijah, I didn't know you were a member of Sigma Gamma Rho. Would you like to speak?
I'm in Warnock colors, but hey.
Oh, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure. All right. All right, great.
The next proclamation is recognizing Elder Reverend Carolyn Walker Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Welcome, welcome. Councilman Carn, you gonna join us, please? Yes. All right. My pleasure to be able to deliver this proclamation today. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Elder Reverend Carolyn Bernice Walker, affectionately called by many as Mother Walker, is a servant of the Most High God of 60+ years and is currently under pastoral care of her children, Pastors Steve and Stacy Alexander at Restoration Christian Fellowship Church in the city of College Park. And whereas Mother Walker began to listen and study daily with Dr. J. Vernon McGee's Through the Bible radio program, and she has been a teacher of the Bible at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church, Mount Calvary Baptist Church, First Missionary Baptist Church, Little Vine Baptist Church in Tyrone, Georgia, and Just Jesus Ministry, all in the city of College Park. And whereas Mother Walker has grown and developed into the scholar known to us today and is a pillar of our community at the age of 83, who boldly declares she hasn't gotten tired yet. Many have come into the kingdom of God because of her obedience and testimony. And whereas Mother Walker was the proud wife of Mr. Lonnie Walker Jr. for over 40 years before his transition and had 5 children of her own and raised 7, all of which are living their lives and raising seed under the blood of Jesus, the Christ. And whereas it is her earnest pleasure to be used for God and God's kingdom, building through prayer, praise, adoration, and exhilaration, as well as standing in the gap for those in need, putting her hands to the gospel plow and forging ahead in the name of Jesus the Christ. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Elder Reverend Carolyn Walker for her dedication to the spiritual wellness of her community and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, as Elder Reverend Carolyn Walker Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Oh, what a day. First of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for the journey. It's been marvelous. And I want to thank you, all of you, especially Commissioner Arrington, for allowing me to have this wonderful day. Thank you for remembering, because sometimes when we start this journey, we think, is anybody listening? And then 50 years later, you find out, yes, they were. I just want to thank all of you. And I appreciate the opportunity to handle his word. It's such a wonderful, it fills you up. If you ever get hungry, get your Bible. Everything you need is in there. And I guarantee you, you will come out being totally filled, and you can help somebody else. Because that's why we live and move and have our being, because of Jesus Christ. I told the Lord, I said, Lord, I want 100 years. And you know what? I'm still here, so apparently he said yes. I have a birthday on the 10th of December. This proclamation was on the 7th of December. So the words that I heard years ago, your latter should be greater than your beginning. Thank you so very much, all of you. Amen.
The next proclamation is recognizing Connect Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, do we have the representatives from the Connect here? All right, so I think we'll hold this one. I can just deliver it to them in the interest of time unless they are here. All right, we'll hold it and I'll present it to them on a later occasion. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sage May Lima Jeffries Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Can I please get the Sage and her parents? Is Mr. Clark and the people from that department? There you go. Sage, you can come up here. We had a program earlier that recognized all of these individuals, but however, Sage won the cover. And this project is one that truly represents one Fulton. This project allowed individuals from Fulton County, whether you were in the north or south, from City of Atlanta Public School System, Fulton County School Systems, and whether you were in a home school or whether you were in a brick and mortar school, you were able to participate in this contest. And so I want to applaud not only the leadership of this board, but the leadership of Fulton County for not only the diversity, but the true meaning of one Fulton, because from one end to the other, everyone had an opportunity to not only win, but be represented. Whereas the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County finds that the protection of the environment is vital to the health, welfare, and economic progress of Fulton County and its citizens, and whereas the Department of Public Works seeks to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Fulton County citizens by providing high-quality and cost-efficient services related to the delivery of water, the collection of wastewater, and the conveyance of storm water, and by complying with federal, state, and county regulatory requirements, and whereas Public Works has successfully promoted environmental awareness and consciousness of water resources, water conservation, water quality, and pollution prevention through school presentations, media campaigns, educational seminars, workshops, festivals, and community outreach programs. And whereas Public Works sponsored the 2023 Art Calendar Contest, which was open to all students grades K through 12 attending a public, private, charter, or homeschool within Fulton County. Students were asked to create artwork promoting better water quality and water conservation uses and practices, and formed the 172 submitted drawings. 22 were selected to be featured in the 2023 Water Art Calendar, and whereas in recognition of her exemplary artwork, Sage May Lima Jeffries, an 11th grade student at Creative Minds Homeschool, was selected as the grand prize cover recipient of the 2023 Water Art Calendar Contest and is a constituent of the Mighty Six. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the environmental contributions of Sage May Lima Jeffries and her contribution of promoting environmental stewardship of water resources, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 7, 2022, as Sage May Lima Jeffries Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Would you put your hands together for this wonderful young lady? And before she comes to the podium, I will ask David Clark to please give us a few words. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works for Fulton County. And as I told the students this morning, this is really one of my favorite days, because as an engineer, I can draw a straight line and that's about it. But the amount of talent that all of the winners, but especially our cover winner, has to show how water is so important to us is so impressive. So I'm so glad to be part of this. Sage?
Thank you, everyone. I'm so happy to accept this award. I want to thank my mom, my family, my grandmother, all my cousins, just for supporting me and being there along my artistic journey. My mom specifically, because she helped me come up with my concept. I don't know if you've seen the picture, but it is koi fish swimming around the earth, and it's all surrounded by water. And the message that I was trying to convey is that we all need water, from the fish in the sea to us. We're living on the earth. We need water. Everyone needs water. Water makes the world go round, and I appreciate everyone, and thank you all.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this honor. My children's like 5th year being in this contest, so it's a big part of our homeschool journey as well. And we're super excited that Sage got the cover. We lost my mom last year, and she was an adamant supporter and critiquer of their artwork. And so we're just celebrating her right now and Sage's cover win. So thank you all so much.
What I want to do, 1 second, and I hope you don't get angry, but the brother won as well. He did not win the cover. So I wanted to say, Mom, fruit does not fall far from the tree, and we appreciate you here at Fulton County. Now, what we want to do is to go into the certificates. The District 6 winners, we will start with them since I am at the podium. And we want all of the individuals, and this is our youth. Can you put your hands together one more time? Because we have youth that won from every district. And so we will start with Sage Maylima Jeffries. Can you come forward to get your award? Also, she won the April. For the May was her brother, Jasir Lima Jeffries. And last but definitely not least is Kennedy Carlitos, won HM, Rebuild Bridges and Break Walls. Come on, Kennedy. And next, I will turn it over to Vice Chair Liz Houseman, Commissioner Liz Houseman.
Thank you and good morning. I'm happy to celebrate with the winners from District 1. Historically, we've got a lot of winners in District 1 in this contest, and it's pretty fitting, really, because so much of our operations is located in District 1. And for the members of the public, we had the opportunity just in the last week to share what we do with our water system with local city leaders and our new commissioner for District 1 that's coming in January, just to make sure that everyone is very well educated on what we do and the importance of what we do and the quality of the work that we do to provide safe, clean water for our community, because as it was said earlier, water is life. You can't have a quality of life without good quality water. So super pumped about this contest that we do every year. The calendar is gorgeous. I hope that everyone will get a copy of it because it's really, really something that you can enjoy all year round, the work of these students. So how are we going to do this, Carletta? Okay. You call out the names and I will pass them
All right, we'll be starting with our monthly winners. First up is Vivian Gian from Lake Windward Elementary. Next, unable to join us today, Deborah Zhang from Northview High. Also unable to join us today, Anisha Taureen from Wilson Creek Elementary. Next up, UX Yuen Lee from State Bridge Crossing Elementary. Our next winner from Webbridge Middle School, Sanvi Bajoj. And next, we're moving on to our honorable mentions. Meenakshi Chilagani from River Trail Middle School. Next is Alex Iashiev from Alpharetta International Academy. Krithik Gatam from Finley Oaks Elementary. Unable to join us, another family pair, Miles Park and Landon Park from Dolvin Elementary. Mary Krapivnaya from Holcomb Bridge Middle. And next and last for me, Lai Jia from Lake Windward Elementary.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Bob Ellis from District 2, and as has been said, water is vital, and this calendar definitely serves as a reminder of how our water choices can impact our supply, our environment, and our quality of life. And on behalf of the full board, I just want to congratulate all the students and commend them for the great work that they have done. And with that, we're going to read out the winners from District 2.
Pardon me. Excellent. Sorry, sir. Mikhail Abdul Kareem from Ison Springs Elementary. Amelia Abdul Kareem. Iman Risvi from ILM Academy. Manha Bashwa from ILM Academy. And Amir Karishi, unfortunately, she was unable to join us today. She's also from ILM Academy.
All right. It is my pleasure to bring up the winners from District 5. First winner is Adelia Thompson, 8th grade, Camp Creek Middle School. All right, and our second winner is Analea Woods, 8th grade, Camp Creek Middle School.
And so once again, for these future environmental leaders, please put your hands together for them one last time. We're going to take a quick group photo. Thank you, parents and supporters.
6. All right, Madam Clerk, continue. It is 10:47 a.m.
On page 9, public hearings, 22-0922, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom, video conferencing, or submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards.
All right, hold on. So speakers, we have 6 people who signed up to speak during public comment in general, and there are some 30 who are here for various issues relating to the budget. So the first 6 are for general comments only. And you have up to 2 minutes. When you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that is your clue to begin to conclude your remarks. So there are just 6 for this portion of the agenda. The other 30 we'll hear from them during the budget.
Will the first 6 speakers please come down?
Speak up a little bit, Madam Clerk.
Councilman.
I'm sorry. Commissioner, yes.
Excuse me, Clerk. I just wanted to recognize, we had a visitor, and I think he just left to get his flight, but he was here from the City of Philadelphia, Office of City Commissioners, Commissioner Omar Sabir. He is the vice chair. He had an opportunity to meet with our county manager and also tour our elections here for best practices. I know, Chairman, that you were out of town. You were not able to meet with him, but I just wanted this body, I know he's watching it on his phone, this body to recognize that one of our fellow colleagues, Commissioner Omar Sabir, City Commissioner and Vice Chair from Philadelphia, was present in this body. So thank you for indulging me so we could, just be respectful and know that he was here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Will the 6 speakers please come down? Councilman Joe Karn, Lydia Meredith, Julie Allen, Tony Michelle Williams, Abby Folksman, and Madang Samah.
All right, Councilman Karn, one correction I need to make. There's no time limit within reason to current elected officials. That 2 minutes, 2 minutes does not apply.
I think 2 minutes is all I need. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, all. Good to see all these familiar faces. Looks like things are going pretty well in Fulton County. For those who don't know me, my name is Joe Karn. I serve as a College Park City Council member. I also served as your Fulton County Commissioner from 2019 until January of 2021. Just wanted to come by and say hello. Great job with this election cycle. I think it was a great job for Georgia last night in general. It was a good night for Georgia. And Fulton County elections stepped up to the plate this time. As you all know, when Fulton County elections doesn't do it, I'm your harshest critic. But this year, Fulton County elections got it right. And I'm glad to see that, and I'm glad to see that happening. A couple of other quick things I did want to mention that are going on in College Park. As you all know, College Park City Hall was recently renamed for our former mayor, Jack Longino, who served many, many years in Fulton County His family members also served as Fulton County Commissioners, and we were glad to make sure that that happened. We wanted to let you all know about that. Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hausman, my former seatmates on each side of me, really hate to see you all leaving. I had some really good seatmates. You all were very kind to me, and it was a wonderful experience. And I really hate to see you all leaving. Commissioner Morris, you one of the kindest, straightforward commissioners in public service. Commissioner Hausman, you as well. You served so well, and hopefully, who knows what the future will hold. But again, it was an honor to serve with you all as well. Last thing I had on my laundry list, our city fire department. We've been talking to our Fulton County Board of Health about some health initiatives throughout our communities. Most of our fire departments are essentially medical departments because generally 80% of the fire calls are medical-related calls and not necessarily fire calls. So it's important that we start to pivot and change with things as the times are changing. And things are changing in Fulton County. So that's all I got. Just wanted to come down and say hello. Also, the Tiny House Project. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The City of College Park, we want to thank you for the partnership. We are very, very excited about that, and we're looking forward to some great development with Fulton County. And we have a lot of the WNBA games and Hawks D-League games. Anytime you all want to come down, let us know. Feel free to give me a call. Again, partnership is important, and we want to keep that partnership going and keep the communication going with Fulton County. I know firsthand how important it is for our cities to stay in touch with our county government. So thank you all so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please take a listen to this recent news report emailed to Commissioners Hall and Pitts yesterday at www.mainstreethamptongeorgia.com. Teen housed in DFAC's office speaks out. How long will we turn a blind eye to children in DFAC's custody sheltered in DFAC's office buildings, when there are vacant buildings such as 475 Fairburn Road and dollars available to renovate to shelter these children? Would these conditions persist if your child was suffering? Action is needed, and we must be intentional about making a change in the lives of these children with urgency. We cannot afford to ask whose job it is to fix these abhorrent conditions, city, county, or state, because as soon as we know, it becomes our responsibility to handle whatever obstacles stand in the way of fairness and what is humane. Most of these children are Black and other minorities. So I make another appeal for the attention by this board to foster care children being housed in office buildings and DFAC staff compensation. Thank you so much for your consideration, and happy holidays.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my comments. I voted early in Fulton County for the Senate runoff election. I respectfully offer my feedback experience. I've been watching the Fulton Votes app all week to determine when, how to vote. I drove past Milton and Alpharetta libraries on Tuesday. No way did I have time to wait in those lines. On Friday, we drove past Ponce de Leon Library, 3-block wait. We then drove 26 minutes to South Fulton Service Center, where the wait time was shown to be 0 minutes when we arrived. At the same time, the wait was shown to be 180 minutes at the Milton Library. Were there really only 10 early voting locations in North Fulton? On Wednesday, somebody fainted at the Alpharetta Library. Thursday, same at Roswell. Both required EMS to show up. Person at Roswell stated they were lightheaded due to lack of food. Each county runs elections individually. The responsibility for this debacle is interim elections director Nadine Williams alone. Wait times of 120 minutes every day at the Milton Library, Alpharetta Library screams of voter suppression. 4 voting locations with wait times of 0 to 20 minutes, all within close proximity within the city of South Fulton, is great. What happened to the rest of Fulton? My experience suggests undeniably that Fulton County, Georgia voters are being driven to mail-in ballots. Early voting is promoted everywhere. Atlanta votes early signs are everywhere. However, early voting locations have been reduced in the runoff election. High Museum, Johns Creek Environmental Center examples of reliable, highly used early voting locations that were not used in the runoff election. Voters are being herded like cattle to mail-in ballots by making voters miserable who vote early in person. So every voter also has the unacceptable Election Day challenge regarding the fact that no human can verify their votes with a two-dimensional barcode unlawfully printed on the ballots and used by the ballot
15
tabulator.
seconds.
QR codes need to go, voting machines need to go, voting centers need to go, we need local precinct voting, early voting needs to go, mail-in ballots need to go except for variable need-based examples such as the military. Democracy dies in the darkness. Fulton County needs to stop manipulating voters, and this is on Nadine.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Maurice Kenner, the Circuit Public Defender for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. And originally, I came to voice and show my support for PAD and the great things that they do for our office and our clients. But in light of the statement of Commissioner Hall, I won't get into everything I was going to say, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank this commission, Alton and Kenneth, for all of you all's great support of my office over the past year. I've been able to do absolutely great things. The morale of the office has turned around 180 degrees. Even today, I'm hiring or bringing on board 3 new attorneys. If I had to take a guess, our staffing is probably at about 98% of what is authorized. And I just wanted to thank you all for the support that I've received and for the support that I'll receive in the future. Thank you.
Greetings and good morning. My name is Toni Michelle Williams, and I'm the Executive Director of the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, AKA SNAPCO in Atlanta. And I'm also one of the co-founders and many organizers for the Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative, also known as Policing Alternatives and Divergence. With folks from PAD and community organizers and supporters, please stand if you are here for the Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative. Yes. Good morning. We love to see it. Give yourselves a round of applause. So we are here for the budget, but we're also here because we are citizens, folks from Atlanta. I'm a Grady baby myself and live in District 1. But I wanted to come and tell you all a little bit about the history of how we started, right? SNAPCO is a Black-led LGBTQ organization fighting for everybody Black in Atlanta, even when they don't fight for us. And we do this by building political power and taking care of our own through mutual aid and radical collaborations like the Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative. I ask you as we begin, why take it away? The people knew better back in 2017 and also in 2015 when we wanted to offer pre-arrest as a solution to the punishment and also to the problems that many Black and LGBTQ folks were facing. Problems like homelessness and having to engage in underground economies for resources and survival, economic and employment inequities, and of course, violence. Violence within our communities, but most impactfully, violence from the police and from the state. You are the state. In our report in 2016, the most dangerous thing out here is the police. We surveyed over 80 trans people asking about their experiences with the Atlanta Police Department, where we found that 1 in 8 of those women were sexually harassed by the APD. We also learned that 36% of the folks that we surveyed had called APD for assistance and help, but were arrested instead. After the murder of Rayshard Brooks in 2020, we got back on the streets in the middle of all of the protests, and we were able to survey an additional 600 people, where we found that those folks,
15 seconds.
overwhelmingly 80% of those folks don't trust police. Our folks need community. Our community is PAD. Again, stand and raise your hand. Give a love in these last 1 seconds for PAD and all of the work that we've been doing. And we hope that we continue to hear you, that you hear us.
Thank you, ma'am.
To keep PAD alive. Thank you.
Is that it?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next speakers will be on Zoom.
Good morning. On Zoom? Good. All right, it's 10:49. Actually, no, I'm
Good
sorry,
morning.
11:02. On Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Although we have 26 attendees, we had but 7 to raise their hands to speak for public comment. And the first person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. Lucia Frazier, Fulton resident. I just wanted to mention that in elections, we are still lacking in leadership that enforces Georgia law and creates efficient processes that save tax money and protect our ballots. Occurrences where public observers are being locked out are still occurring. We really need all party observers witnessing hand counts at the precinct level to verify scanner tape. The voter registration process has not been corrected to prevent duplicate registrations. Even after the registration department has confirmed that all the challenges are legit and have been working on removing the errors. At the precinct level, I had wonderful experiences working with my fellow poll workers. During early voting, however, we still have the issue that people are being told they have to work all 19 days. While it's very easy to have poll managers manage their staffing needs by splitting shifts, and this would increase poll worker interest. In the trainings, it's been revealed that interdepartment communication is lacking. Many longtime managers and workers didn't know about proper equipment maintenance. So there's tax money being spent for a lot of damaged equipment year over year. That's it. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker, let's go.
The next person to speak is Matt Ruenzat.
Good morning, Commissioners. It appears we have a continuance of Richard Barron 2.0 in the recent elections. Are you aware, as you may be now, that last week lines were 3 hours long? Many voters got out of line since most don't have 3 hours to stand around. Should I call this voter suppression? Lines were a problem the entire week, yet no significant adjustments were made. Poll workers were placed in a terrible position due to this mismanagement, so much so that paramedics were apparently called on more than one occasion. Many felt ill because they weren't unable to eat lunch. So now it's harmful to your health to work in Fulton County elections. This just keeps getting better. That is, if you make it past the gatekeepers. Many Fulton residents desiring to work still receive no response, and there appears to be discrimination in the hiring process when local residents are prevented from working in their own communities. Also, I could talk for another 2 minutes on the laws that were broken, including the locking of doors at polls, preventing public observation. And Ms. Williams went as far as to say that it didn't happen, despite numerous witnesses. We need to change, whether it is mismanagement, or lack of transparency, incompetence, or the blatant violation of the law. We need a culture change. We do not have leadership within the elections department today. We need a director that is capable, transparent, and follows the law.
15
Yet
seconds.
over and over again, we received examples of this not occurring. We need a change. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Robbie Caban. Robbie Caban.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Great. I'm reaching out to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners today because 6 whistleblower statements out of Fulton County Animal Control have been emailed multiple times to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, every commissioner, as well as the Department of Public Safety Director, Alton Adams, and who reports to him, and the county manager and county attorney. These whistleblowers, either former employees or either current employees, retired employees. The severity of the allegations, which are very detailed, including not limited to dangerous conditions impacting the public safety of our communities and residents. As you know, we've had children mauled to death on the streets due to lack of animal control or incompetent animal control that arose into lawsuits into Fulton County. They also include abuses of employees, people, and animals, very serious abuses on the animals we're supposed to care for. Unfortunately, Department of Public Safety Director seems to be directing all these substandard conditions to the current condition of the facility, which we know is being replaced. That being said, the treatment of employees, retaliation against whistleblowers, retaliation against employees who are coming forward, including wrongful termination, including sexual harassment, the lack of drug testing of our employees who are driving our animal control trucks, showing up at people's home and properties and handling our animals, has nothing to do with the facility. We are greatly alarmed that there's been such little response from the Board of Commissioners. We have requested an independent audit of the vendor lifeline, the tax-funded county contract, yearly $3.6 million. We're asking the Board of Commissioners to please allocate this to the budget, as one has never been performed whatsoever.
15 seconds.
Thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Amy Uphughes. Amy Uphughes. Okay, we'll go to the next one. The next person to speak is, sorry about that, is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. They say one monkey doesn't stop the show, but one monkey can throw a monkey wrench and mess with momentum. The Council on Aging monkey wrench has messed with Commission on Elder Affairs momentum all year long. The Office of Aging Management recommends that the Council on Aging be replaced with one organization rather than 3 cogent organizations with diverse but complementary perspectives. I submit that any business brought to you by Office of Aging Management about senior citizens without the advice and consent of the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs is monkey business and despoils the integrity of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Although they are on vacation, a special meeting of the Commission on Elder Affairs can be held on January 2nd or 3rd to develop group recommendations for the County Commission meeting on January 4th, 2023. See you next year. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Nicole Sloan.
Hi, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for having me speak, and good morning, commissioners. I work with veterans in Fulton County, which is a county I also live and vote in. I work directly with substance use, severe mental health, trauma, and homelessness. I came to speak on PAD, even though I did hear the comment this morning, but I do feel I would like to speak just about the importance of allocating funding and increasing funding for PAD. The reason being, I feel like the jail is currently functioning as a treatment facility, but with no treatment. And I feel like the system could benefit from more mental health professionals to coordinate care in the community to reduce the numbers of people experiencing these acute psychosocial stressors in the jail system. My opinion is that this could be a yes and. It's not a really popular opinion, but the idea being we could fund PAD and increase funding for the jail. If we look at options for funding for treatment, it's out there and available. I looked this morning, there's plenty of grants for cooperative agreements for innovative community crisis response partnerships, meaning that the funding is there if we coordinate care in the community to fund PAD and expand programs like this so that we can better serve the vulnerable people of Fulton County. And that's it. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear what I have to say.
The next person to speak is Stephanie Diaz.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to give my perspective as a Fulton County resident and also a former Fulton County Deputy Marshal. And although I no longer work there, I saw the different things that happened and how PAD services are extremely helpful and beneficial in supporting individuals who do not need to be in jail and who should not need to be in jail because of quality of life concerns. And so this program is so important, and the hope is for it to expand statewide, not just Fulton and the city of Atlanta. And preventing this from happening is really a discredit to the community and the people who Fulton County is so longing to serve and to support. So I would hope that you all continue to fund them and even expand services and put more money into the program and to more services like them. That's all. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Amy Uphughes. Amy Uphughes. Okay. The next person to speak is Maria Moore Riggs. Maria Moore Riggs. Okay. The next person to speak is Amy Uphughes, and I believe she's having issues with her audio. And the last one to speak is, well, she just dropped off. Nicole Baker. Nicole Baker.
Hello, everyone. I also submitted a written statement, but this can suffice instead. My name is Nicole Baker, and I have a master's in public health from Emory University. In 2019, I conducted research and completed a master's thesis on the use of transformational relationships in the Atlanta Fulton County Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative. As we know, this innovative strategy to policing crimes serves as a helpful alternative that not only saves the city money in the long term, but gives neighbors a chance to help each other access the services they actually need instead of turning to traditional incarceration, which results in harms in the long run. PAD is solving a problem the city is struggling with while transforming how our social service and criminal justice structures interact. It leverages a shared mission to impact long-term change in how we view our neighbors and their ability to contribute to our communities. Losing this service that people actually want to be expanded would be a departure from the values we elected our commissioners to represent. I can still remember the day that on Nextdoor when I first saw neighbors share their positive experience with calling 311 and dispatched. And I think it would be a true shame to defund and revert back to an ineffective, expensive system instead of bolstering the efforts of PAD to aid in the expansion of hours and services provided. I know there was a recent report on the cost benefit analysis on how much money PAD did save and how many missed opportunities there were. I think it was about $2.8 million in missed opportunities. So thank you for your time, and I hope the support here is representative of the funding we'd like to see in 2003 and beyond. Thank you.
Say that.
And this concludes the public comment.
What's next? We got 4 minutes remaining.
We have 2 emailed in comments.
2 emails?
For public
All right,
comment,
quickly.
yes.
Good morning. The first email comment is from Amy Uphughes. My name is Amy Uphughes, and I would like to comment regarding voter suppression and the psychic predictions of Rob Pitts regarding the recent 2022 midterm and runoff election. In both the election and the runoff, the voter wait time in North Fulton was astronomical. I myself waited over 2 hours to vote, where in South Fulton, there were consistently no wait times. Why was that? How is staffing and early poll locations determined? Why did wait times increase during the runoff for North Fulton? Why was taxpayer money used only for Democratic outreach and education? The job that Fulton County Elections Management has done has been either intentional or just poor management. This is not new for the department, and in either case needs to be addressed. Basically, nothing has changed since Richard Barron finally exited his position with Fulton County Elections. However, the shenanigans with our elections continues. Chairman Pitts has publicly stated we delivered President Biden, Senator Warnock, and Senator Ossoff, and will all likelihood deliver Warnock in 2022. This prophetic statement by Chairman Pitts was made back in mid-2021. The word choice is telling. Candidates are elected, not delivered. This Board of Commissioners, however, is in a position to make changes to the Elections Department, and they refuse to listen. We are a republic, not a democracy. We don't deliver candidates. The people elect who they wish to represent them, and this Board of Elections continues to fail the citizens on every level. I ask again, do your jobs according to the Constitution and the oaths you have sworn to uphold. The next comment is from John Dush. The Fulton Board of Commissioners, the Atlanta City Hall, and the delegation of power in Atlanta are skewed. When a city's government does nothing, when its mayor gives unconstitutional curfew orders, when a city's police department doesn't take that experience to denounce their leadership and encourage resources like policing alternative divisions, when the city police department's government are silent during record poverty and will not come together to denounce Cop City as a gross misallocation of resources. Without justice, all we have is a criminal system. We Atlantans demand accountability and improvement on the issues of police alternatives, the budgeting and land use of Cop City, and all illegal government actions and injustices. This concludes the public comments.
Yes, no further speakers. Continuing on page 9 under public hearings, 22-0923, Finance, public hearing for the fiscal year 2023 budget, proposed budget.
All right, how many speakers signed up?
We have received 30 speaker cards. Will the first 6 speakers please come down? Judge Russell, Honorable Clinton DeVoe, Elisa Gambino, Malik Hakeem, Patrice Perkins Hooker, and Josie Pergese.
I'll repeat the names. You got 30 speakers. That's 2 times 30. That's an hour, assuming everyone takes 2 minutes. What? Yeah, repeat them. And again, if someone's already said what you were going to say, please don't feel obligated to repeat what's already been said in the interest of time. But we'll try to hear from everybody. Repeat the names again, please.
We have Judge Russell, Honorable Clinton DeVoe, Elisa Gambino, Malik Hakeem, Patrice Perkins Hooker, and Josie Pergese.
pull it closer to you.
Try this one, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Shall I start again?
Yes.
Yeah.
With the timer working, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Judge Camille Russell was unable to remain. She left at about 11:30. She was supposed, 11:15, she was supposed to leave at 11. I know that she wanted to speak in support of PAD. My name is Clinton DeVoe. I'm a retired municipal court judge from the city of Atlanta. I served from January 1981 until 2011 in June, appointed by Maynard Jackson and served with many administrations. I know a number of you from working on issues of PAD, and I know some of you because I knew your parents. And I chair the board of PAD and have done so for the last 2 years. And I came out of retirement to do this because I believe the jail is not the only option for people who are poor, for people who are substance abusers, for people who are encountering sort of mental health issues on the streets. PAD emerged as a program of this county and the city of Atlanta. Fulton County is pioneering in this work, and to withdraw from it now, after we have demonstrated how successful this effort is. When I first joined the PAD board, I guess it's about 3.5 years ago now.
About 15 seconds, Judge.
Yeah. We were operating only part of a whole day. We are now operating 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it is important to continue this work. You will hear from a number of participants today in the public comment. Please listen carefully to the success that you have created, that you in the city of Atlanta have created. Thank you.
Come on, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elisa Gambino, and I'm a resident of Buckhead. I'm deeply concerned that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recently discussed defunding PAD. Commissioner Hall, I realize that there's no voting going on in this matter today, but when things are said, words matter, and people react to them. And so that's what you're seeing today. It's our voices. And I'm sorry if some of this is repetitive, Commissioner Pitts, but some things are worth repeating. I wonder if any of you have relatives or friends or loved ones who experience extreme poverty, harmful substance abuse, or mental illness, people who struggle without a safety net. Have any of you ever gotten a call from someone you care about who is in jail for a nonviolent offense? Maybe some of you have known that sense of helplessness. Has the Board of Commissioners ever been struck by the idea that if we keep doing more of the same, we will only have more of the same problems? That if we keep demanding that the police work outside of their scope, we will continue to put stress on them as well? Have any of you tried to envision a Metro Atlanta where your neighbors and families are able to access needed support instead of having to face the despair of an incarceral system? Continuing to incarcerate people in crisis, the jail population in Fulton County will only increase. And this is a problem I've been hearing about over and over again at City Hall and here as well. Don't you think it's time to recognize that solution to jail overcrowding is investing in proven solutions that keep people out of jail and connected to the resources they need in the communities where they live? Those are just some questions to consider and to answer so everyone can understand why we should continue the funding of PAD. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
My name is Malik Hakeem. I am the Assistant Executive Director for Sadie G. Mays Health and Rehabilitation Center. We are an organization within Fulton County that provides short-term and long-term care for many of the citizens in Fulton County. We have recently celebrated our 75th year in business, and if you all are familiar with Sadie Mays, she was a pioneer in her time. She had a vision that has succeeded and continue to succeed at this time. We have a representative, a former resident who would like to say a few words here. Thank you, Ms. Pegues.
Hello, everybody. I began my stay at Sadie Mays in July of 2019. I went in as a stroke patient. I had a stroke on my right side. Then, when it was time for me to leave, my daughter was not able to keep me in the house because I couldn't go up and down the stairs. She works every day. She would not be able to care for me. So I was there for a while. While I was there, I received the most excellent, professional, caring care. And I also want to say that the people of Sadie Mays treated me well at all times. Number two, I stayed there for 2 years. I did get an apartment across the street from where I was staying. And I managed to do it in that apartment by myself all day long with just my left-hand side. Now, I want to say this. I go back to teach Bible study every other Wednesday at the facility because I received the excellent care that I did and because I care about the patients there. I want to say thank you very much for listening to what I have to say. But what I have to say is important for the Sadie Mays facility. Thank you very much.
Is this working now? Good morning and happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all of you all commissioners. As you know, my name is Patrice Perkins Hooker. I am one of the members of the board for Sadie G. Mays. And I'm here after this organization has been around for 75 years doing the work for Fulton County. Under your 1880-1881 creation law, sections 9 and 11 gave you the responsibilities for taking care of the poor and taking care of the folks who had health issues. That's what the county is chartered to do. And so in 1968, the county was running its own healthcare facility called Happy Haven for elderly people. And you contracted with Sadie G. Mays to run the facility after the county had gotten numerous negative results with regard to how they were treating patients. So Sadie G. Mays has been Fulton County's arm for dealing with seniors and incapacitated poor people since 1968. We've received funding and we appreciate the funding from the county for years. However, the funding based on the contract allows us to ask you for monies to close the gap between what is provided through sources like Medicaid, Medicare, and the actual daily care of a citizen. That amount it totals for the number of Fulton County residents over $1 million a year. We've only been allotted $135,000. I know with the rollback, you're going to have prioritizations and money cuts, but when you prioritize what you spend your money on, it ought to be based on the law of what you're responsible for. And we're asking that you look at that and please increase the funding for Sadie G. Mays operations. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, next group.
Next 6 speakers, James Woodall, Wade Eskew, Lily Points, Clara Green, China Corver, and Drew Umberger.
Well, 30 speakers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Woodall. I'm a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I just come to voice my support for the policing alternatives and diversion services that you all have contracted with and have supported for a number of years. We all know that continued collaboration is of great importance for us right now in this moment, and with your continued support, we would not only be able to save taxpayer dollars, but we'd be promoting public safety. We've had numerous conversations over the course of the last several years about issues related to public safety, and PAD is one of those organizations that have produced results. They have made our community safer, and they have really, in quite honest terms, changed and transformed lives and built community. And so with your continued support, we would hope that we continue to allow there to be funding for that program and to continue to support the people of Fulton County. Thank you so much for the work that you all do, and I wish you all a happy holidays and a happy new year. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Wade Askew. I'm the wrong microphone. Sorry, everybody. Good morning. My name is Wade Askew. I'm the policy manager at Georgia Justice Project, and just want to echo some points that my friend James just made, as well as speak about our unique collaboration with PAD over the years. Georgia Justice Project has served Metro Atlantans and Fulton County residents for over 35 years. We represent folks facing charges. We stand alongside those who are getting ready to come back to their community after incarceration. And many people know us for the work we do for folks who have criminal records who are trying to move on with their life. In our work, we know that PAD receives referrals from a diverse set of partners because we ourselves refer clients to PAD. When our clients are released and need services, we very often send them to PAD. When our clients have a pending court case, we often facilitate their release to PAD upon a dismissal, a bond determination, or as part of a diversion program. We've seen firsthand the invaluable services of PAD and those that it provides, not just to referrals directly from law enforcement, but also to those who are already in the legal system. As we've heard, PAD services reduce recidivism, they save taxpayer dollars, and moving forward, both our office and PAD have worked with both the city and the county to create a future diversion center. Our role at GJP will be to assist individuals resolve warrants that would have otherwise prevented folks from moving forward with the diversion program and with services with PAD. So through that work, we anticipate that even more folks are going to be eligible and needing PAD services.
15 seconds.
We thank you for your work. We thank you for your support of programs that cause that lead to root cause solutions. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lily Ponitz, and I'm a graduate student at Georgia State University. I'm here to express my support for PAD. PAD is not only providing a more humane alternative to jailing, they're also saving Fulton County money. According to a new cost analysis in 2022, PAD's work resulted in an estimated savings of over $500,000. And the $400,000 that some commissioners are proposing to defund from PAD will more than pay for itself in a year. PAD needs more funding and more support from the Fulton County Sheriff, not less. This year, 2 people every day who were eligible for diversion to PAD were instead arrested and taken to Fulton County Jail. Incarcerating people rather than diverting these people cost Fulton County an estimated $2.8 million. As you build next year's budget, keep in mind how supporting PAD actually saves the county money. Incarcerating rather than diverting these people also exacerbated the overcrowding in Fulton County jails. As you build next year's budget, keep in mind how supporting PAD helps the county reduce its reliance on leased jail beds. Finally, keep in mind how supporting PAD helps the county meet its residents' basic needs and treat those in crisis with humanity and dignity. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Clara Totenberg-Green, and I lead PAD's community engagement strategy. I'm also a resident of Atlanta and Fulton County. I was born and raised in this city, less than 10 minutes from here, and I'm a proud graduate of Atlanta Public Schools. So to suffice it to say, my love for this city and this county is immense. Everyone you saw stand earlier today are PAD staff, board members, participants, supporters, and partners. We are one organization, but the people who are here today represent a community of people who know that change is possible, both within ourselves, within our community, and within our systems. We believe we can create safer and healthier communities by moving away from punitive responses and expanding community resources. PAD belongs to all of us because it represents a direct, practical application of this belief. PAD was created by community members, advocates, service providers, and our county and city governments to respond to what our community members said they needed. Every day, PAD works to meet those needs. Our team has canvassed over 1,500 local businesses to talk with them about their concerns. When community members make a referral to PAD, we follow up with them to let them know how their concern was addressed. That's over 1,900 calls since January 2021. What we hear from the people that call us is that they want more resources in their communities. They don't want to jail people who are just trying to survive. They want to know that their neighbors have what they need, not only to survive, but to thrive. Together, we are here today because for far too long, we as a country have invested in punishing and incarcerating people rather than directing resources to meet people's needs.
15 seconds.
In order for a new approach to succeed, for us to finally lay aside a punitive and ineffective response to some of our community's most challenging daily concerns, we need to take collective responsibility for it. That collective responsibility belongs to Fulton County too. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is China Corker, and I'm the Director of Community Response Services at PAD. I want to talk with you all today about housing. At PAD, we guide our participants from being unhoused to being permanently housed, a goal that nearly all of our participants want to achieve. We are focused on solutions to homelessness and all of its effects, including poor physical health, unmet mental health needs, and increased risk of incarceration. We believe that housing in this city is not a luxury. It should not be something that people have to earn. It is a basic human right, and that people are better equipped to gain stability in their lives if they have a safe, reliable place to live. This year alone, PAD has placed 74 individuals and families in permanent supportive housing. That's 74 people that are not only off the streets, but also significantly less likely to be reincarcerated or to experience violence by another person. We have also assisted 263 people with emergency housing with our hoteling partner, 135 people with residential substance use treatment, and paid for shelter beds for over 80 people. Another 133 people have been placed in bridge housing, which means that they have significant progress toward permanent supportive housing. This would not be possible without the current funding PAD has to assist our participants with the prerequisites of permanent housing, such as emergency housing placements, obtaining IDs and vital records, and transportation assistance. I'd like to ask all of the PAD staff to please stand very quickly. When considering the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, I encourage you to make this personal. Take a second to ask yourself, if someone you loved was experiencing a mental health concern, a substance use concern, homelessness, or another quality of life concern, what sort of solutions would you want in place for them? For me, I'd want the people at PAD to support them. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Drew Umberger, and I am a peer advocate on the Street Wellness and Enhancement Team, or SWEET team for PAD. If PAD had been an available resource 10 years ago, I myself would have been a participant. I was a very different person back then, experiencing chronic homelessness due to a heavy opioid addiction. I quickly became a familiar face to the Fulton County Jail. In and out of the jail as if it were a revolving door. Each time I would go in, it was for the same thing, committing a law violation to support my addiction. And every time I was released and found no resources out in the community available to me. This vicious cycle reoccurred numerous times and is what ultimately sent me to prison. I served a 5-year prison sentence and was released in April of this year. Not long after my release, I stumbled upon PAD and saw the amazing work they were doing. Super excited to hear about a job posting that would allow me to use my lived experience to help others. I am able to gain rapport with our participants because they know that I too have been where they are and what barriers they face. As a peer advocate on the SWEET team, I engage with participants that need the most intense case management, people who need support out on the street where they are living and struggling with serious behavioral health concerns. I also go into the Fulton County Jail every week to meet with potential PAD participants. Between January and October of this year, 26 people were referred to us from the Public Defender's Office. These are people already detained at Fulton County Jail who, without our services, might still be sitting there today. Each SWEET team consists of a peer advocate, like me, and a clinical advocate. Together, we work with the participants to create a safe plan of release. My goal, our goal as an organization, is to break the cycle of incarceration. PAD plays a crucial part in so many people's lives. Creating a safe and stable life takes a lot of hard work, but it also takes the services and support that organizations like PAD provide. If you question the benefits of our work, I urge you to reach out to me to learn more about how we are transforming lives and creating true public safety. Thank you.
Next speakers, Anton Tran, Tim Franzen.
Start over. These are the next 6.
Yes,
All right, start
Anton
over.
Tran, Tim Franzen, Chris Johnson, Linda Winter, Fazeli Jupiter, and Allison Kaufman.
All right, repeat them quickly, please.
Antoine Tran, Jim Franzen, Chris Johnson, Linda Winter, Fazeli Jupiter, and Allison Kaufman.
All right, come on down, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Hunter, former inmate, current client of the PAD program. My experiences and opinion, PAD is a very vital program from my experiences and opinion. The statistics also show the answer isn't to expand the jails, it is not to defund the programs, which gives individuals the tools to function in societies as opposed to mass incarceration, which isn't the answer in the majority of cases. Stats show, as of 6 days ago, percentage of people in state prisons diagnosed with mental health illness is 43%. In locally run jails, the percentage is 44%. 1 in 4 people experience serious psychological distress. Percentage of people in federal prisons who reported not having received mental health care was 66%. Percentage of police shootings in 2015 that involved a mental health crisis was 27%. Portion of the people jailed 3 times within a year who report having a moderate or serious mental health illness, 27%. Lasting effects of incarceration cause post-traumatic stress, anxiety, impaired decision-making, and more. More than half the population of inmates suffer from mental health issues, speaking from experience as someone who suffers from several different mental illnesses myself. PAD has helped me with housing, food, transportation, clothing, and has also connected me with with Grady, where I am able to get mental health services, medication, therapy, and everything to ensure that I can be more productive in society. Because in jail, my mental health was severely declining. PAD has helped me to get out of jail when I would have had to stay in jail because I had no address. PAD has helped to sustain me and countless others like me. They give support in so many ways, providing a sense of self-worth and a real sense that someone cares. Defunding PAD would be taking away the heartbeat of a lot of lives whom they have helped turn
15
around.
seconds.
And also giving a sense of hope and purpose when everything seemed hopeless. That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Franzen. I'm with American Friends Service Committee. I work in the Atlanta Economic Justice Program, and we've prepared a statement. The Atlanta Economic Justice Program of the American Friends Service Committee would like to voice its support for the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative. AFSC has long held that punishment does not solve the issue of economic inequity and health provision that make individuals vulnerable to arrest in the first place. We stand with any effort to minimize citizens' contact with incarceration. We are appalled that any of the commissioners would even just consider defunding PAD in 2023, especially given the severe levels of overcrowding within the Fulton County Jail. This crisis being largely driven by the arrest of people whose only crime is doing their best to survive in a society that refuses to meet their needs in a sustained and meaningful way. Those suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, and extreme poverty. A recent report from the Justice Policy Board found that more than 3,000 people were jailed in Fulton County this year for charges that were eligible for diversion. PAD has diverted hundreds of people from arrest in 2022 alone, and it's unthinkable that any commissioner would seek to remove their funding during a time that their program is needed the most. Fulton County must continue to resource this critical service. And I don't know all of you. I've met some of you, and there's a few good folks on here that I know y'all will not allow this to happen on your watch, and I'm just going to have faith in that. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Basil Jupiter. I am a community activist and resident living in Vine City. I am speaking today to oppose the discussion of the defunding of Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, or the PAD initiative. In fact, PAD needs more funding. PAD is a resource for the community, by the community, that's proven that it can deal with the realities of poverty that are often labeled as crime. The reality is that inflation is pushing up the prices of necessities like food, clothes, utilities. Residents are pushed out of their homes by rising rents and property values. And in the US, Atlanta has the most inequality between the rich and the rest of us working class people. And when times get harder, the solution is not to lock up people for trying to get by or to cope. The solution has been demonstrated by PAD. PAD provides people in need with housing, transportation, and food so they can actually get on their feet instead of being burdened by a criminal record. As of August of this year, PAD was servicing 400 people with long-term care and had an average response time of 20 minutes. 120 people were diverted by PAD over a 10-month period as of this month, and these diversions saved our county more than $500,000. During the same period, $2 million of taxpayer money were used to incarcerate more than 600 people eligible for PAD. Not only does arresting people cost money, it also costs long-term community safety and enrichment. Instead of crowded jails, prisons, and our facilities, we can help create the beloved community that Dr. King envisioned. We can expand the scope of care that PAD uses to help get people back on their feet. The bottom line is that PAD has reduced the number of people in jail because of mental illness, drugs, alcohol, or general realities of extreme inequality, and it needs to stay well-funded, if not receive more funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Allison Kaufman, and I'm with the Amplify Georgia Collaborative. I really hope we have your attention this afternoon as we talk about this really important issue that so many of us have taken time off of work to be for and found childcare for our children so that we can speak to you about this important resource to our community. My organization, we're working for a world of bodily autonomy, where everyone, not just those with resources, can create the families that we want and parent with dignity and safety, free from state violence. This is not possible in an over-policed city like Atlanta. PAD plays an important role in diverting people away from the Fulton County's already overcrowded jails. The recent reports about human rights violations at Fulton County, about lice, scabies, malnutrition, are shocking to say the least. This is simply unacceptable. These are our most vulnerable neighbors. People should not be incarcerated for poverty, for malnutrition, for houselessness. We are still in the midst of a global pandemic. We are entering a recession. People are going to need more services like those that PAD offer, not less. So I encourage you to please increase the funding you already give to PAD. Thank you.
Next speakers, Micah Herskin, Monica Johnson, Roberta Myers Douglas, Devin Barrington Ward, Rabbi Mike Rothbaum, and Graham Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate with the Southern Center for Human Rights. Good to see you all today. I'm, of course, also here to talk in support of PAD, and I specifically want to highlight the crisis that we are all aware of at the Fulton County Jail. This year, 14 people have died in the jail. To give you some, a comparison there, around 18 people have died in Rikers this year. There are far more people in the Rikers jail and the Rikers Island jail than there are in Fulton County. And that just puts into perspective just how much of a crisis we really have in our county jail. And what's, the only positive or silver lining here is that you actually do have a solution at your hands to decarcerate the jail, to get people out, to get people services, to get people into homes, and that solution is PAD. I want to be clear that no one in this audience was misled about there being a vote today related to PAD funding. In fact, there have been comments both at the county level and at the city level from lawmakers who have made clear that they are coming for PAD, and it's been clarified by even a commissioner on this council that is in retaliation to PAD's stance on the jail. We've seen that in news coverage, we've seen that in public statements, so no one here has been misled. It is on the record that this commission has suggested defunding PAD. You see that this entire community is against the defunding of PAD. We will continue to show up. We will continue to support it. This is a real solution that can help us turn away from mass incarceration and towards resources that actually keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here also to speak in support of PAD. And I can't help but notice that across comment, we've had people begging for funding for anything positive. But what is never threatened is the funding of the police and jails. So I'm sure here a lot of people claim to be humanitarians, so we're supporting the community. I think it was very cute and nice that we're funding and supporting children doing environmental work. But we have to realize that we won't have a world in which we have the resources we need if we continue to go down the path of incarceration rather than providing services. The United States is far and away the highest incarcerator in the world, with about 20% of all people incarcerated in the world. And Georgia is actually higher in that rate of incarceration than the United States writ large. So I think that all of us here have to consider what part you're taking in that process and if that's something you want to contribute to. It seems that against all the evidence and against the deaths of people, PAD is on the chopping block while you seek to add more beds to Fulton County Jail when it has not been succeeding. This is a 5-alarm emergency, the conditions of lice, the overcrowding, and it's an indictment on each of y'all for failing to act. There should not be expansion of a jail that is having a negative effect on the health of the community. PAD is a sort of office that can address the root causes of jail overcrowding, which is the criminalization of struggling to survive. And I know of no other office that can fail and cause death and destruction and be widely hated and continue to increase in funding like the police. So it's far beyond time to try something else. We need to try making resources available to the community and expand PAD funding. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Roberta Myers Douglas with the Legal Action Center, and we're a nonprofit law and policy organization that has helped hundreds of thousands of individuals protecting their civil and privacy rights, promoting a health-first approach, breaking down discriminatory barriers, and fighting systemic injustice and racism. While the budget is not being voted on today, obviously we wanted to make clear that when the time does come, we hope you all will recognize the value and the role that PAD plays in the county's efforts to support people at risk of arrest and incarceration. Diversion and deflection should be the central public safety strategy for this county. And so we hope you will continue to stand as a national leader in this effort. Fulton County and PAD in particular was recognized in a series that the New York Times did around reimagining justice. Do not turn back the clock. Do not turn back on your leadership that you've established as an entity that supports progressive, effective, and evidence-based solutions to supporting the needs of people who have serious conditions that need to be helped and addressed. So that's all. I'm going to continue to stand here. And yes, the threat for PAD has been very clear. That's why many of us are taking time out of our work days to come down here to support this amazing organization that is fighting against allowing people to be caged as a punishment. Thank you.
Devin Barrington Ward, Communities Over Cages, ATL. I'm here today because I think that there is an issue with ego on this commission. Commissioner Arrington, you said that PAD should not bite the hand that feeds them. Well, we're the public, and we're the hand that feeds y'all. And you all are biting the hand that feeds you all as taxpayers. I'm a resident in Fulton County. I own property in Fulton County. I'm the hand that feeds Fulton County. We are the hands that feed Fulton County. And the hands that feed this county are saying, keep your hands off of PAD, because the money that you all merely allocate, it's not your money, it's our money. The money that you all merely allocate to PAD, we have elected you all to make that decision on our behalf. But we can make different decisions at the ballot box. Commissioner Ellis is not here right now, but he is the one who kicked this off with these very reckless comments around, well, if they're just gonna do whatever they want, we can just do whatever we want and defund PAD. Let me be clear. The $400,000 that you all are potentially going to cut from PAD will not end PAD. They'll still be able to do their work. But what you'll do is you'll be hurting the people that they serve. The people that they serve that don't end up in your jail, so that you all don't end up being sued, so that you all don't end up having continued blood on your hands. They're helping you all out. And this is the thanks that they get. This is the respect that we get as residents of this county. How dare you all? Enough is enough. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna play no more games anymore. It's late in the day. At some
15
point, we gotta
seconds.
speak truth to power, and we are the power. The people. Remember that.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege. I want to make sure we get the record straight. I, along with Kwanzaa Hall, were the two people that brought PAD to Atlanta. And I am not going to do anything to stop PAD. I am a criminal defense lawyer. My day job is to get people out of jail. And so the quote that you just credited to me was what I said was, that is the frustration that I think you heard in Commissioner Ellis's statement, the don't bite the hand that feed me. It was not me saying that. I said that is the frustration that I think that you heard from Commissioner Ellis. You have a partner, and when you have a partner, you don't have to bring 300 people down here. You get on the phone and you call the partner. This thing is not going anywhere. Commissioner Ellis was the only person that said that. Nobody's talking about defunding PAD but y'all.
Commissioner, let us, come on, sir.
Chair Pitts, commissioners, I want to thank you for the opportunity to I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Rabbi Michael Rothbaum. I live in Summer Hill here in Atlanta, Fulton County's 5th District. I am blessed to be the rabbi of Congregation Bet Havarim, also in Atlanta. Many of my congregants are here. I serve hundreds of Jewish families who believe that justice is a sacred Jewish calling. I urge you to increase funding for the PAD program. I want to tell you a story this morning about a troubled young man born into a society shot through with injustice, inequality, racism. He came from a family condemned to live a life of oppression and degradation. Walking down a regular street on a regular day, he saw yet another one of his brothers suffering yet another beatdown. His wild heart knocked with rage and bewilderment. On this day, this young man said no more. He struck the perpetrator harder, fiercer, until the perpetrator lay dead at his feet. Word spread, authorities were mobilized, and the young man had to flee. Might sound like this comes from the local papers, but this is the story from ancient Egypt. The young man is a man Jews call Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher. Moses grew to become not just a teacher, but a leader, a redeemer, partnering with God to free the Israelites, only because God teaches about redemption. Redemption can only be real for societies if it is real for individuals, even those who make mistakes. PAD's social services support is not just about diversion, but about who we are as a country, as a county. Seeing the sacred light within those others would cast into the oblivion.
15 seconds.
I am proud to live in a county with a program like PAD that lifts up souls who some see as monsters and recognizes that within them may be a Moses. A program that doesn't define us by our worst moments, but supports us in becoming our best selves. I urge you to fund this essential and sacred work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman. Out of respect with what Councilman Erickson said, I'm going to talk about something that's different. I'm a PAD participant. I was right outside the Greyhound bus station. I've been there, persistent with them since 2018. I was incarcerated, and PAD came to the jail, and the judge released me to PAD's custody. I'm a veteran. I suffer from mental health issues, PTSD during my military service. I didn't know what was wrong with me. As a part of my PTSD, I medicate. When I go into the streets, I'm suicidal. I'm trying to kill myself. So PAD saved my life. They gave me the opportunities to stand up in spite of my disability and make my final stance now at my age to come back and be a part of a productive member of society. I now work with Ms. Denise White of the PAD program in training the Atlanta Police Department and the Atlanta Police Academy in diversion techniques. I'm a frequent speaker for the PAD program, and I volunteer at the drop of a hat anytime they call me to help them in any way that I can. It's what I could do to pay them back. All the murders that happened right outside of these walls, downtown Atlanta, I knew all them people. So PAD has saved my life on many occasions. And we just want y'all to know it works. It gives people like me the opportunity to step back up in society
15
and
seconds.
be the person that we were meant to be. Councilmember Pitts, if you remember Geraldine Pitts Bryant, that's my mother. She was a part of your campaign when you first started in this thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hold on.
Next speakers, Stacy Smith, Allie George, Kristen Baker, Mason Goodwin, Sharon Burdick, and Devin Franklin.
Hi, y'all. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your service to this county. My name is Dr. Stacy Schmidt. I work as an internal medicine physician, delivering both inpatient and outpatient care at a tertiary care hospital in an urban area just down the street from here. I do not speak on behalf of that health system or any organization. I speak on behalf of the experiences and the service that I give every day to patients within this community. I serve on the PAD community leadership team, a diverse mix of stakeholders from across the community to give feedback on its work and to help guide it. I want to be clear that for me and for so many of the patients I serve, this is not about politics. I repeat, this is not about politics. And I firmly believe that we can have a both and for our community that meets the needs of the jail system as much as I wish we didn't have one, and that meets the needs of the mental health, physical health of our community and our patients. I speak on behalf of so many who don't have a voice, who can't take off of work, who don't have financial transportation or the ability to even pay parking to come here and speak for themselves. What does it mean to be unhoused? What does it mean to be arrested for simply having to use the bathroom when you have no other place to use it? I lost my daddy earlier this year. I think about him every day, and I think about the home that he created for me. And every time we arrest someone for something as simple as peeing on the street when they have no other place to go, we take them away from their home, from their kids, from those little ones you see standing here who are going to help our environment. Let them stay where they need to be. And thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Allie George. I'm a medical student in my final semester here. I'm here to show support for PAD. Having worked in emergency rooms and trauma bays, I've seen the downstream effects of a lack of social programs and support every day. I understand how a lack of direct services puts people in danger, in psychological crisis, and puts them on a path towards the hospitals or jail. PAD is an alternative that offers humanity and dignity to people experiencing houselessness, as well as people with behavioral health needs. This year, 65 people were arrested every month by Fulton County when they could have been diverted to PAD. With a supportive and effective healing resource like PAD available, Fulton County should be doing everything and more to support them, including diverting everyone they can. We know that incarceration takes away people's basic resources, takes away their community, their dignity, and further damages their mental health. Today, when Fulton County jails are overcrowded and one of our main in-town hospitals just closed, PAD needs to be funded and not defunded. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Kristen Baker. I am representing Feminist Women's Health Center in Atlanta. We've been providing comprehensive and compassionate reproductive health care, including abortion care, to the people of Atlanta since 1976. We also work in our community to address systemic inequities in society, and we are rooted in a commitment to reproductive justice, meaning we are committed to reimagining and creating a system beyond the violence of carceral systems like the Fulton County Jail. We are here in support of Fulton County's continued funding of the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, or PAD. PAD provides direct services to the Fulton County community like emergency shelter, food, transportation, and assistance with clothing and identification. Our neighbors deserve community care. It's their human right. Continuing to fund PAD ensures that there's an alternative to incarceration, which includes compassion, humanity, and agency. The Atlanta Police Department is responsible for approximately 50% of bookings into the Fulton County Jail on any given day. When an APD officer diverts to PAD, that means one less person booked at Fulton County Jail. With the recent findings from the Southern Center of Human Rights pertaining to the health and well-being of the people incarcerated at the Fulton County Jail, one diversion to PAD can be life-saving. With the growing evidence of egregious human rights violations of the Fulton County Jail, It should be clear to this board that policing and incarceration are not solutions for a lack of access to housing and basic needs. If your commitment truly is to the people of Fulton County, you should be doing everything in your power to maintain community programs that divert our neighbors away from malnourishment, parasitic outbreaks, viruses, and death, and towards housing, food, transportation, and mental health resources. Maintaining funding for PAD should be of the utmost priority to this board.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mason Goodwin, and I'm a public policy student at Georgia State. As a public policy student, we focus on the facts and the data to decide whether or not policy is an effective solution. Here are the facts on PAD. 120 people were diverted to law enforcement this year. That saves Fulton County around $524,000 using diversion instead of incarceration. During that same time, at least 658 people who were eligible for PAD services were instead incarcerated. This cost the county about $2.8 million when those costs could have been cut. We know that incarceration is costly and ineffective, and that PAD gives us an alternative. But we also know this isn't a conversation around just the facts. We know PAD is effective. We know it's good use of resources, but this is also a conversation about what's right. PAD is ultimately effective because it puts people at the center of policy, because there is a community. It takes people who have typically been through the most in their lives and are dealing with the worst consequences of our society and gives them a chance at the dignity we all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sharon Burdick. I'm a resident of East Atlanta Village, which is a city of Atlanta, DeKalb County, and I would like to speak on behalf of the residents in your tiny sliver of DeKalb County, which is also served by City of Atlanta Services. We are also able to call the PAD program, especially when we are crossing over the county line at Moreland Avenue, to help our unhoused and experiencing mental health crises neighbors, and we very much appreciate the program that you are running, and it in our kind of liminal space where we are, people question who is providing services and what jurisdiction we are under. It is nice to have a program that we can count on to help our unhoused neighbors rather than bouncing them around between different police departments. So I would please ask that you add more funding to PAD and consider reaching out to other local governments to expand it. Thank you very much.
I believe it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights. I've spoken to you before. You all know I'm a former public defender here in Fulton County for 12 years. I think the source of the reason why we are here stems back to the reasons why I originally came and spoke to you all. Fulton County has an overcrowded jail. And although the extent to which that is true today is a bit novel, Fulton County has always had an overcrowded jail. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of PAD because PAD is an organization which at its core is designed to divert people away from jail, an action that would in and of itself alleviate or distract from the overcrowding that is faced at this point in time. I would like to speak to a couple of findings from the Jail Population Review Committee study that was completed by justice system actors here in Fulton and the City of Atlanta, with a couple of findings as it relates to persons who are homeless and persons who have mental health illnesses. As of a snapshot source of data done by this body, and I know we have issues with snapshot data sometimes, on November 11th of this year, at the time of booking, there were 11% of the jail population of 3,218 people had been designated as homeless. On average, those people had been in custody 236 days. 19% of the population had a known mental health flag. They, on average, spent 311 days in jail. So what we're seeing is that people who are homeless and mentally ill are spending an inordinate amount of time in Fulton County custody. And these are the exact type of people who PAD is designed to
15
help.
seconds.
I would end by just saying that the conversation over funding is one that I relate to when it's like cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. It is an expression used to describe an unwise and needlessly self-destructive overreaction to a problem. It is a warning against acting out or pursuing revenge in a way that would damage one's self.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is it working? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madan Simha. I'm from Advancing Justice Atlanta, and surprise, surprise, I'm here to talk about PAD. As a young guy who works at a community level, folks often tell me that I'm idealistic, sometimes excessively so. Maybe. But let me tell you about a man named Willie. I met Willie when I was stopped at a light just a few blocks from here. He had a sign that said he was without a home and that he could use some money. When he came up to my car, I said, "Hey man, I don't have any cash, but if you need anything else, I'm happy to help." And he said, "Actually, I haven't eaten in 2 days." And right as he says this, the light turns green. There's nowhere around me to park or stop. It's Atlanta, cars are honking behind me already. So in that split second, I made a decision. I unlocked the car door and I said, "Let's get dinner." Now, Willie and I spent over an hour talking and eating before I dropped him back to his tent. And about halfway into our conversation, I asked Willie what he'd want to do when he had a home again. And he said, "If I live that long." I must have given him a confused look because all he said was, "I've got prostate cancer, son. I've had it for over a year." And he just shrugged. Now, I spent the next week researching how he could possibly get the care that he needed. Because, to get an appointment, to get specialty care, you need an appointment, and for that, you need an address, and there were just so many documents he didn't have.
15 seconds.
I had no idea where to even begin. And then one of my colleagues mentioned Atlanta PAD, which was created by all of you specifically to provide assistance to people like Willie. So when people say that I'm idealistic, that government doesn't help people the way it should, I don't know about that. All I do know is that Willie is off the street and in the process of getting the care that he needs now. Please fund Atlanta PAD. Don't push the needy.
How many more?
I have 2 cards left. Jay Ansley Sluss and Abby Volksman.
That's it.
And now we'll have the speakers that are on Zoom for public
How many?
hearing. 2.
2. All right.
Hello, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
And Commissioners, looking at the budget for elections, if you look at it from an apples to apples perspective, the budget keeps increasing. And let's please not cite in the budget where it's $18 million less than this year. It should be less than this year. It should be significantly less than this year. And it's hard to distinguish if the total number is 15 million for 2023 or if it's 20 million, because it mentions an additional 15 million, which seems to be on top of 5 million. So we're saying that we're going to spend somewhere between 15 and 20 million next year for one special election. I'll remind you, in Cobb County this year, their budget was approximately 5 million. And yes, they have fewer registered voters, but it's about 75%. So you can do the math and see very clearly the gross overspending in this county. It needs to be addressed. It's insane how much money we are spending. And just as it was mentioned earlier this year, the proposed budget was about 37 million, but that was with the assumption that we're not going to be two runoffs, which we all knew that was likely to happen. So when it all comes in this year, I'm assuming it's going to be over 40 million all in 1 year. And we're saying that we're going to spend between 15 and 20 million next year with one special election. That is definitely gross overspending, because when you compare it to this year, it's not an apples to apples comparison. It's out of control. I'm not aware of any actions that we've taken from the financial audit of last year.
15 seconds.
It's the same old status quo. So that needs to be relooked at seriously and improved dramatically. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
Good morning again. I just echo the comments that you just heard. The overspending, really just hasn't changed, and it's not looking like it's going to. I think the only thing this can be helped is by changing a lot of our processes. So just as I was saying earlier today, there's a lot of things that I've noticed and I've called out. It would be great to have oversight from the Board of Commissioners to help incentivize changes that will reduce the tax burden. Thank you very much.
The last to speak is Maria Moore Riggs.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to thank the Commission for supporting PAD and putting us in your budget, because as a local business owner, I have had the unfortunate circumstance of needing to make frequent calls to PAD to help get some assistance for folks that are impeding, having behavioral issues, mental health issues, and issues of poverty, and having the ability to call PAD and have professionals come out and help us with finding best resources for folks that are struggling in this way has given us, has just lifted our spirits. It's just a dreadful thing to have to call the police for a situation of somebody struggling with their mental health. So having mental health professionals come out and address, properly address these challenges to operating a business in the city has been tremendously helpful. So I just want to urge you all to continue to support PAD, and thank you for your support in the past and your ongoing support. Thank you.
And this concludes the Zoom public hearing comments.
Lastly, we have emailed in comments.
The first email comment is from State Representative Park Cannon. Distinguished board members of Fulton County Commission, thank you for considering a proposal regarding pre-arrest diversion and for listening to the concerns of supporters of the program that provides a decarceral option in the state's largest county. As you know, Georgia's incarceration rates stand out because we are ahead of every other state in America, as well as every other country in the world. With this devastating fact, we need every program possible to divert our neighbors from entering the penal system. As a person who was unlawfully arrested last year and spent 4 hours in the Fulton County Rice Street Jail, I have continued to push for the state of Georgia to decriminalize poverty and divert Georgians from jail. I am proud that the state of Georgia passed a statewide pre-arrest diversion program with mental health co-responders in April 2022, thanks to positive data shared with the pilot program here in Fulton County, staffed by PAD within the House district I represent, District 58. It is very dangerous for the state of Georgia's largest county to now reverse course and remove up to $400,000 in funding from PAD, because this can have an impact on other counties' willingness to decrease their incarceration patterns in the coming years. I am working to gain the support of the 22 members of the state's Fulton County delegation to increase judicial funding in 2023, so please work with us to make this possible. Again, thank you for your deliberation. The next comment is from Natalie Kaiser. I am reaching out to express my support for PAD. Please continue Fulton County's financial support and partnership with this desperately needed initiative. I've been living and working in the city of Atlanta for 25 years, and the birth and growth of PAD has brought me a lot of hope about what could be possible for our most marginalized citizens, that we would treat them with care and match them with the services they are desperately in need of. It is not the best use of police and fire to have them trying to address the infractions and desperate needs of people who are mentally ill or just impoverished. Others with similar comments in agreement include Duke, Virginia, Stephanie Diaz, Melissa Faulkner, DJ Fortnott, Julia Maxwell, Aisha Washington, Elaine McCall, Mia De La Gardner, Ann Workhauser, Shira Kunkool, Alex Galloway, Sarah Gregory, Chris Dixon, Jennifer Denning, Lauren Neefy, Ruthie Yao, Jennifer Wilsey, Nicole Sloan, Betty Bernard, Molly Paterno, Ishira Cordia, Henry Kahn, Rebecca Jones, Francois Rollin, Katie Sharma, Mark Spencer, Tony Molly, Elori Windsor, and Nicole Baker. This concludes the email comments.
That's it.
No further
All right,
speakers.
thank all of you for your comments. Madam Clerk, continue.
Bottom of page 9, County Manager's renewal items under Open and Responsible Government. 22-0924, Information Technology. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide countywide structured cabling services.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a minute. Just a minute. Commissioner Morris was in the queue. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hold on. Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just a quick question. So if I understood this, I don't know who could speak to this. We've got anyone here, or maybe just Sharon or the manager could speak to it. But this number jumped up significantly, but this is mainly because of all of the physical, plant or not physical, updates and remodels and that sort of stuff and movement, right, or expected over the course of 2023?
Yes, Commissioner. Attached to the agenda item is the list of all of the projects to be done next year for this, under this contract.
Speak up, Ms. Strong-Whitaker.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. There is a proposed project list that is attached to the agenda item that lists all of the projects, construction projects, new projects for next year.
So do we build those costs into the actual construction piece? So when we let a project, is this a piece of it? No. So if we didn't meet that not to exceed number, it's coming back the following year. It's not getting sort of held in reserve with the overall construction costs.
Correct. It's a not to exceed.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, the motion is to approve. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 22-0925, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide maintenance, supplies, support services, and software for all multifunction devices countywide.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
It's 12:30, colleagues.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0926, registration and elections. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide ballot printing services for the 2023 elections.
All right, what's your pleasure? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. No questions, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 22-0927, request approval to renew an existing contract to continue providing self-ready books.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0928, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide adult, young adult, and children books and adult best-selling lease books.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0929, Senior Services, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide transportation services for senior services and behavioral health programs.
All right, sound the amount when you do the, please, Madam Clerk. You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Mr. Morris, you have the floor. That's $6,386,000.
Right, which is a very large number. And the indications are that we serve about 1,800 folks, which is like almost $3,600 a year per person, $300 a month per person. How many trips on average do these folks take? And how is this charged? Is it charged by the usage of the vehicles per trip? So help me, because that's a lot of money.
Good afternoon, Ladisa Onilagu, Director for the Department of Senior Services. Commissioner, the cost is by revenue hour, and we've provided about 71,000 trips to date for this service. This year?
71,000 for, 1,800?
Say that one more time. How much per trip? It's about, I believe when we had presented in June, the cost per trip is, I think I need to get that cost for you and follow up. I can get it right now. Maybe about 50 per revenue hour, I think, around that amount.
Well, not around. Now, what's the amount? What is it?
Chairman Pitts, it's $52.45 per revenue hour.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle.
You're welcome.
What is that, Dr. Rochelle?
$52.46 per revenue hour.
Let's come back to this. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'm in support of this, but just sort of a couple of questions. You know, certainly it's a large number. Certainly we know we've got significant demand. Certainly know that this is sort of critical to getting participation within from some of our most vulnerable citizens to get them out and to get them into day-to-day service activity, right? So, you know, there is a cost associated with it. It's a big number, certainly managing this cost. You know, over time, we've had ebbs and flows with this. I had sort of two questions. Number one, this is not really related to the contract renewal per se, but I understand that we were out of service for a while because they had a number of vehicles where their catalytic converters were stolen. Are we still are they fully back to service, or are we still not receiving full service yet?
We're just now getting back to that. We had projected to have all the vehicles online around November, but this is the month where we had received information from the contractor, and they came up with some.
So during that period of inactivity, what's been going on in terms of payment, payment on the contract? Are we we not paying sort of a full amount, or is it we're paying based upon their use, based upon their activity? What's going on?
We're paying based on use. So most of the contract is used for fixed routes,
Okay,
transporting seniors to and from neighborhood senior centers.
okay.
We have converted programming to hybrid, just to account for the vehicles that were out of service due to the catalytic conversions. So as seniors use the buses to go to the centers for programming, we receive invoicing from the contractor based on use.
So it has been, so the cost for this period of, where they've had reduced services has been, our outgoing cost to them has been reduced?
Yes.
Okay. And it should be, you're saying we should be fully back online this month? Or right now, we're back online, or we're pretty close to back on, fully online?
The last time I spoke with the team, December was the target, and the information that the provider had given to us to bring vehicles back into service. So it was the month of December.
Okay.
And based on invoicing, there has been a slight increase from September when the catalytic converters were stolen, and we're slowly increasing services as we're bringing vehicles back online.
And I thought I saw somewhere in here, but that one of the things that was explored in terms of being able to bring down costs, and then maybe I misread it or I'm misremembering it. I thought there was something in there that was discussed relative to use of our fuel centers and storage to be able to offset costs, but maybe that wouldn't been able to fully worked out before, before this structure of the contract would come before us. What was that, and is there still some opportunity to explore that, and what sort of cost benefit would there be to that if we could work something out?
I'll let Felicia and Joe speak to that, Commissioner. And just for clarity, this is renewal of the contract that the board generously approved earlier this year.
Right.
Because of the timing of when that presentation was made, it is time to renew the contract that was previously approved. So that is why it's before you again. So I'll turn this over to Felicia and Joe to discuss the conversations that we've had with the provider regarding the use of our fueling stations and some of the operational challenges that presented.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Yes, this cost is based on the county providing the fuel cost. So it was lowered as a result of that. The first year included the fuel cost. This year would not include the fuel cost because they would have to fuel up at market rate, and we couldn't control the market rate, but we can control the county's bulk fuel rate. So there will, much like the Lifeline contractor does, we're going to operate this contract the same way that the county, they will fuel up their vehicles using the county's resources.
So, all right, so this contract does, the fuel is bulk rate, okay.
Yes.
And they're using our fuel centers. What about the storage aspect?
Are you
I'm not
referring
sure
to
about the
facility?
storage.
Are you referring to the facility pass-through?
Yeah.
The discussion, we were not able to support or accommodate that request. We
Okay.
did do a search of available property that the county owned, but we were not able to fulfill
Okay.
that.
I mean, what about the vendor itself? I mean, in this particular whole, I mean, the sustainability of the vendor. I mean, in light of this, issue where they had, theft and significant amount of time offline, what assurances have they given us about, ensuring physical security of their vehicles such that we not get placed in a position like this, again?
Well, this is the first time that it did occur, so they do not have a history of poor performance in terms of securing their vehicles. We can consult with legal just to make sure that there are some types of assurances and confirmation about that. Dr. Rochelle?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Ellis. In the conversations with the vendor, they are going to implement security protocols to minimize this risk in the future. As far as their operational stability, Fulton County is not the only county. They are a national company. And so we believe their viability is pretty strong. And we will continue to monitor the situation as far as specifically what security protocols they are putting in place to minimize risk in the future.
Yeah, and I guess sort of the bigger thing to me that just sort of struck me is that they didn't really seem to have any sort of backup plan, right? I mean, they had these, vehicles that went offline, but yet, they couldn't, they didn't really seem to have a backup plan of obtaining,
And-
other similar vehicles or whatnot. I get that's, as much as the security, that was the one thing that sort of left me scratching my head when I heard about this.
And some of the reason for that, in other markets where this company provides services for multiple jurisdictions, they have an opportunity to borrow, for lack of a better word, from other fleets. They solely purchased, or specifically purchased, this fleet to provide service in Fulton County. So they did not have a backup fleet in order to continue the provision of services in this instance. So that addresses some of the reason why they did not have a backup plan, because we are the sole customer in Fulton County for this service.
And they don't have any other neighboring customers or they could have pulled from?
Not that they shared with us, but we will certainly take a harder stance on continuity of services in the future for this and other instances. So for example, when they had an issue with some of their labor, they did quickly pivot and continued the service, and we will press them for a specific plan for continuity of services in the future should an occurrence like this happen again,
And
or
Commissioner,
something similar.
One other thing that Dr. Rochelle had us do was to speak with Dream, and we'll do that again in the new year, just to talk about their contracts and to consult with purchasing as well, so that we can develop a plan should this happen again in the future.
Okay. And then lastly, of the 6.4, 4.6 is general fund and the remainder's grant funded?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
the-
There
is
is
that
a
the right-
combination of grant and general fund. The breakdown, Ladisa, if you have that before you, if you could.
I
review
do,
that.
and we actually received additional grant dollars to support this one. So we have a grant from the Department of Human Services in $355,000. ARC is providing an additional $509,000 to support traditional transportation and bus services. And then we submitted a proposal and were awarded funding through the ARC ARPA funding. So we're getting about $439,000 to support transportation.
Okay, but the general fund is 4.6 of the 6.4?
Correct, 4.6 million for the general fund.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to get back to the service hour charge. You said it was 50.
52.
What all's encompassed in that calculation?
That is the revenue hours, and the average rider per route is 7. 7 riders per route, that's the average.
Okay, because you said earlier 71,000 trips. What defines a trip?
What defines a trip?
I mean, is that one person? Is 71,000 trips, or how's a trip defined?
Well, the way that we're reflecting it on our performance dashboard for Fulton County, it's that trip should account for that route for, well, I need to go back and confirm, but it's 71,000 that we've accounted for so far.
I mean, if you just divide that into the 6.3 million here, that's $89.
And it's an individual trip per senior, so fixed routes, on demand, 77.1 thousand trips year to date, and that's per rider. So we have each senior is in the system, and then we account for the number of trips that a rider takes.
How does this charge compare to the ride-sharing costs?
So, Commissioner, Vice Chair Houseman, the ride for one rider versus 7 per hour or per trip is $19.39 per trip for one Uber rider and $17.31 per trip for one Lyft rider.
And this does or does not include gas, what we're doing right now?
What we're doing for the new year for the contract renewal does not include gas.
How are we paying for gas? What's the cost associated for this program with gas?
Felicia?
Because the rideshare would include gas, correct?
Are you referring to Uber, Lyft?
The rideshare would include gas.
Common courtesy, it's all encompassing.
Right, so I mean, there's no additional charge outside of the, I believe she said $17 per trip versus not, I'm very confused.
Yeah, this shouldn't, well, it should not be complicated, but for some reason, we're having trouble explaining it.
I think we need some detailed
So
comparisons.
for the contract renewal, and I'll yield to Felicia again, just to talk about what we tried to do to address cost and cost increases, and whether or not there was a fuel pass-through available through the county, a facility pass-through through the county. So the facility pass-through was not there, the fuel was, and I'll defer again to Felicia just to talk about the plan to utilize the county's resources for the fuel cost. So within the contract, the language indicates that the contract amounts include cost adjustment increases per year for the services without fuel. And that's the language within the contract.
Well, the fuel is not free.
No, it's not.
Okay, so,
Vice Chair Hausman, the fuel is absorbed by the county. It is not included in the contract cost.
but it's an additional charge. And so I guess what we're all struggling with here, I think everyone up here supports senior transportation. That's not the issue. The issue is how can we afford the transportation services that are needed? And what's the best way to provide that? So I'm really unclear on what we're actually paying for this contract because we're adding gas to this number. You know, even if it's absorbed, we're still paying for that in some fashion compared to ride sharing. I just really think that it's important, if we're going to continue to be able to do this in light of what we're facing, that we're doing it the most economical way that serves the folks that we're trying to serve.
Yes, ma'am. When we looked at the cost to include the fuel, which the vendor would have paid at a commercial rate, it would have made the provision of this service, it would have been unaffordable. So the strategy that we have recommended and are employing to continue this service is for the county to assume the fuel cost under the county's contract because of the cost savings that we are able to leverage. And this contract includes the provision of the service, which is picking seniors up at designated points throughout the county for them to travel to multipurpose and neighborhood senior centers, dialysis, and community trips. It pays for the labor, the maintenance and use of the vehicles that are being used. That is what this contract covers. We can provide you with the cost of the fuel, which is, again, absorbed through the DREAM fuel contract.
Is this time sensitive?
Yes.
It is,
It's a
because
contract
it,
renewal.
What?
It is a renewal. It is time sensitive.
I understand it's a renewal, but is it time sensitive?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Based on the code that's reflected in the agenda item and our requirement to renew contracts that are tied to the next year's fiscal budget.
so
So we
can
have
look
until
at,
the second, I'm sorry. Go
yes,
ahead.
Chairman Pitts, I've jotted down the questions that the board has. We can make a presentation at the next meeting and present this item for renewal at that time to clarify the questions that you have.
So it's not time sensitive?
As long as it's approved before the end of the year. Our next opportunity is December 21st. That will allow us to answer the questions that the board has, and we can renew or present this for renewal again at that time.
I think makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, I wasn't finished.
I know, you're not. I'm just saying that I'm asking whether it's time sensitive or not, and the answer to that is no. You still have the floor, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's imperative that we make sure that we're fully informed on exactly what this costs us. And I've yet to hear a number for the gas. I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, but what is that number?
Yes, ma'am, we'll get that for you and provide that prior to the meeting in a memo, and we'll present it on the 21st.
And I think it's important also to include a comparison of the rideshare costs, what that really looks like, how that fits in. I think we really don't know at this point the overall plan. And I don't know anything about the theft or the downtime or any of that. So if I missed that information, that's my fault. But I don't recall being notified of that. What exactly happened?
I believe that we had, not I believe, please excuse me, Commissioner, we did provide some information about a theft that occurred a few months ago where catalytic converters were stolen. So that caused buses to be put out of service, and we could not use them until TransDev was able to replace.
So during that time period, did we access ride sharing to cover the transportation, or what did we do?
We converted programming into hybrid. So instead of seniors attending neighborhood senior centers daily, we divided them up into pods to account for seniors who still needed to use the service for dialysis or to go to medical appointments. So one of our strategies was to split up the days that we would transport seniors to centers.
All right, again, I appreciate the thought to hold this 2 weeks so we can get a comprehensive evaluation of exactly what we're being asked to approve. Thank you.
And so, Chairman Pitts, we will provide the information in a second presentation when the board approved this transportation contract in June. We did provide the comparative information with the ride share as well as options to save dollars regarding how the provision of this service would work. And so we will reprise the presentation from June, and we will add additional information to answer your questions from today.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. In your report that you're going to give to us, please provide a comparative analysis if we were to be charged for the fuel, because in my study, that is much more expensive. And so since this is timely, I want us to go on record what our alternative is. Because the alternative is that if we do not absorb the cost, the fuel costs, then it increases, it does not decrease. And so I believe we need all of the information, but because this is timely and none of our senior population needs to be affected by this, we need what is the alternative should we not renew. Because I have looked at this and I know for a fact that if we do not absorb the fuel costs, it will increase immensely. So please put that in your report as well. Thank you.
And Dr. Rochelle and Commissioners, I do have the 1 year 4 options with fuel cost right now.
Okay.
If you'd like for me to share that.
Sure.
Okay, based on the provider, for year one, for a contract renewal, contract year 4 option, with fuel would be $7.02 million. So that would have been the renewal rate for 2023. The renewal rate for 2024, if we included fuel, would be $7.4 million, as opposed to a $6.78 million for that same year without fuel. The following year with fuel would be $8 million in comparison to $7.18 million without fuel. The final year of the contract with fuel would be $8.5 million. Without fuel, that last year would be $7.6 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ladisa. We will include that information in the presentation on December 21st.
Commissioner Ellis?
Last question on the citizens who use these particular services. They're not generally, because of their physical aspects, able to use the common courtesy, Uber rideshare program, correct?
Some of them could use Uber Lyft. Many of them do have more frailty, especially when we talk about the behavioral health customer and the neighborhood senior center customer. Many of the citizens that are using the bus adult day are definitely the more frail individuals compared to those that are using Uber Lyft.
So we tried to, I remember we went through this before, we generally have tried to steer folks that sort of fit for the appropriate service, right? So
Yes,
it's not
sir.
like there's, of this number, that there's probably 50% of them could easily just fit into, the rideshare program.
We did.
Okay.
I charged the department with a campaign to aggressively convert any of the consumers that could use Uber Lyft to do so. We went through a period of time of noticing them and specifically helping them to register for Uber Lyft. We did see an increase. It was very successful. And so we are now really working with the most frail individuals that also have medical appointments and things of that nature that are using the bus transportation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for that question, because that's why I was wondering what did we do when these buses were down, because everybody cannot utilize the rideshare. We've already determined that, so.
I do have one follow-up, Commissioner. You had asked about that. Our team did look at dialysis patients who could possibly use rideshare. We know that dialysis appointments would exceed the usual ridership for the common courtesy contract, but we did do an analysis to see if we could increase their number of trips to support them and utilize a different transportation vendor while the buses were down.
And I do recognize that there is a cost benefit to utilizing our contract internally. I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to get a handle on the number. But as you're going forward and doing projections of gas, I don't know how we can look in a crystal ball and really know. We had an anomaly the last year where it spiked really high. It's come back down. And we don't know really what's going to happen in the future. So when you're making those estimates, I think we need to be careful that we're, again, looking in our crystal ball as sharply as we can, because we just really can't, with a certainty, predict that in 3 years gas would, go to that level. So, all right, thank you.
Understood.
All right, then without objection, we will hold, hold until our next meeting. We'll receive the documents and information that's been requested in the meantime. Let's take the next two items. It's 1 o'clock now. Next item, Madam Clerk.
On page 11, 22-0930, Public Works requests approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $750,000 to provide large meter installation services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. It's seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0931, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $550,000 to provide small water meter installation services.
Again, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session, items of real estate, personnel, and litigation. It is approximately, 1 o'clock, 1:01. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
We all had a call.
Blows by what I was asking.
Without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation and the request for settlement authority in item 1 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
And is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote.
Vote is open. Motion passes unanimously.
Is there a motion to approve the request for a conflict waiver set forth in item 3 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And finally, is there a motion to approve the settlement agreement in the matter of Roderick Franklin and Gary Harmon versus Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $85,000?
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 11, County Manager's items. Under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0932, Finance, discussion of fiscal year 2023 proposed budget.
All right, Mr. Manager, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As previously indicated to the board, we placed this item on the agenda today for the board's discussion. We do not have a presentation or anything to that nature. It's simply a discussion item. Should the board have any additional comments or questions about the proposed budget, we'll have another item planned for the next meeting as well, discussion only.
All right, any questions or thoughts today for the CFO and others? Nothing? I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question based on the fact that we had all these people attend today because they were told that there is PAD defunding in the budget proposal. Can you verify publicly whether or not you have removed the PAD funding from our budget?
Commissioner Hall, the proposed budget currently, as presented, includes funding for PAD at $400,000.
So it does include $400,000 for PAD in the budget as we speak.
And Commissioner Hall, it is placed in the behavioral health budget.
In the behavioral health budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Other comments? Commissioner Arrington?
And Madam CFO, can you also confirm whether we agreed to commit $5 million towards the diversion center as well, along with the $5 million from the city of Atlanta?
Commissioner Arrington, as I recall, we committed to, it's like $2.5 million. That's funded in part by a portion of the budget in the general fund and a portion out of ARPA.
And that 2.5 is in this year's budget or next year's budget?
We had funding available this year, and we have structured it so that we will have the funding available next year as well. They've not pulled against any of those funds this year, and I understand more than likely it'll be late next year or early the following year before we would be asked to provide any of the actual funding for operations. But we did build it into the 2023 proposed budget.
So in the 2023 budget, there is not only the $400,000 for PAD, but also $2.5 million.
Yes, sir.
So that's 2.9 million in the 2023 budget.
For diversion, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Arrington, just to expand, the 2.5 million is designed to be operating costs. And so the reason that it hadn't necessarily been, the check hadn't been sent yet is because it hadn't been built. So they're going to actually have their own spend on capital, and then our 2.5 million will be the annual contribution to the operating cost.
When you say annual, so we made a multi-year commitment for that?
I think it's 2 years initially, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that's where the 5 million is from. It's 2.5 per year?
That's correct, and that kicks in once the center is up and running.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other comments or questions? Not, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0933, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of an ordinance to amend and reauthorize the Fulton County Purchasing Code, Division 10, Small Business Enterprise Program.
Madam Strong Whitaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We do have a brief presentation for you. And this is, it's very brief. This is requesting your approval to reauthorize the county small business program. Next slide, please. The county currently has a SBE program that's set forth in the purchasing code. The SBE program will sunset on December 31st, 2022. The purchasing code states that there should be a periodic review of the small business program to determine if any adjustments need to be made prior to the sunset. The board authorized and approved Keene Independent to assist the county in performing that evaluation. Next slide, please. So for those of you that don't know, the Office of Contract Compliance is responsible for administering these 7 different business assistance programs. We have an MFBE program, which is our minority business enterprise, female business enterprise. We have a small business enterprise program, a small business reserve program, a disadvantaged business enterprise program, a disadvantaged enterprise program with a small business participation plan, and a service-disabled veterans enterprise program. Next slide, please. So with this, Keene conducted their program evaluation and determined they reviewed contracts of the county, contracts and subcontracts for the study period of 2017 through June of 2022. And next slide, please. So the percentage of county total contract dollars that went to SBEs, 50% of our contract totals went to small business enterprise firms. 42.9% of those went to prime, 75.4% went to subcontractors. Next slide, please. So they do recommend that we reauthorize the SBE program. There were minor changes to our program that they were requesting that we make. Most of those were in who we could accept certification from, and that we changed from the Atlanta MSA to the Atlanta region. There is a continued need to keep the program in place. It is a race and gender neutral remedy program, and we need to have this as a component in order to continue to receive federal funds. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
All right, are there questions, Commissioners? Any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you very much. Continue, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Commissioners.
22-0934, registration and election. Request approval of a statewide contract for additional spending authority for the rental of box trucks, passenger vehicles, and cargo vans.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Vice Chair Houseman, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
I see our elections director here in the audience. She's sitting down. She must be tired. I don't blame you. I just wanted to ask if you would come up and answer a question that is election related.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just a quick question. I don't know if you listened to any of the public comment this morning about the early voting wait times and various things, and there was some concern expressed about wait times being heavier in North Fulton than South Fulton. I just wanted to know if you had any comment on that.
So a lot of locations had wait times, north and south. A lot of locations, the voters tend to be in line before the polls even open. So staff starts off with 100 people in line and takes the whole day to start catching up. But for future elections, we'll ensure that we have more. We'll come before this board to honestly ask for more polling sites for runoff elections for federal elections. We had 36 for the November election. I believe we should have kept 36 for the runoff. And again, it will increase the budget. It will ask for more staffing, but we will do those things to make sure. It's the only way to avoid wait times is to have more locations to spread out voters.
And then I know that you probably haven't had real time to analyze the early voting percentage versus election day percentage, but y'all are looking at all those types of things as we go forward.
Yes, we're going to analyze all those things and make, decide on what we're going to do. But it was at least almost 50% turnout for the runoff, which is very high.
Yeah. And then I did notice on the runoff, I voted on election day, that the process to check in was automated. When I voted in the general, I had to handwrite my application form. What's the difference?
Right. So for advanced voting, the process is different. You have to fill out an application. You have to get looked up in the system. It's different on election day because the poll pads are made for your actual precinct compared to it being everywhere. For advanced voting, you go to any location. So
you can't use the poll pads, is that what you're saying?
You can use the poll pads, but the system is different how you look up a voter. It takes a little longer to look up a voter for advanced voting because you're looking at every location that a person could, because of advanced voting, you go to any location to vote. On election day, the poll pad is just programmed for that precinct, so it's faster. But for that being said, there is a new system coming out in 2023 from the SOS that's going to be implemented, so it's going to increase that time. It'll take away the laptops that you see. It'll take away some of the printers. It's going to increase that. It's going to speed up the process.
For early voting check-in?
Yes, for both, for election day and early voting, actually.
All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Arrington?
So I'm trying to understand this item. The election's over. Why we need additional spending now?
This is there were some invoices from Enterprise that had to be corrected from the vendor, and it's to cover those costs.
Okay, so this is, I guess, retroactive?
Yes.
All right, and then, and maybe you can answer this now, or maybe you can answer later. I would like to understand how you all make the decision as to the number of machines that will be at one library. So I voted at the Wolf Creek Library, early voting, there were 3 machines. But I understand that at one of the North Fulton libraries, there were 5 machines. So I need to understand the reasoning why there may be different number of machines at different facilities and what that is based on.
For advanced voting, depends on logistics. If it fits, we can make it fit into the room. So we will, if some spaces
you
are.
could fit 100 at the Wolf Creek Library.
There was not, so you're saying there was 3 machines in Wolf Creek Library?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will double check those numbers.
Yeah, but again, my question is, how do we determine how many will be at a location?
We determine it logistically. Some spaces are smaller than others, like Alpharetta Library is super small.
Okay, that answer is woefully insufficient. That it needs to be determined by the number of people voting at the location.
No, for advanced voting, you can go to any location to vote. Any voter can go, if you live in Wolf Creek, you can go vote now for a library if you choose to for advanced voting.
Well, so logistically, you could have had 100 machines at the Wolf Creek Library.
If we had the equipment to sustain that, we would do that, but we do not have that.
Okay, well, making the decision to only put 3 there can affect the outcome.
I don't believe there were a lot of long wait times at Wolf Creek Library.
I waited 2 hours.
I can honestly say that if
So
you
now I'm
look
not
at-
talking about what you believe, I'm talking about what I know.
Okay, well, I can honestly say that there were wait times across the state. It was a high voter turnout.
I understand that, but you told me you don't think there were long wait times, and I'm telling you, I waited 2
I
hours.
agree. You're right, there were long wait times, but again.
I know I'm right. I was there. I did the waiting.
We have a short window to get, because of the new laws and the way that we have to have a short window for advanced vote before Election Day, we have equipment that has to be prepared for Election Day. If we give you everything that we have, we will not be able to be prepared for Election Day. There's
Okay,
no way.
what I will suggest to you, I will make a recommendation that you come up with some guidelines and some standards for determining how many machines will be at a location, because it sounds like it was done haphazardly and randomly based on the location and what could fit inside of a location. And that is not sufficient.
With all due respect, sir, when we come before this board and ask for funding for additional equipment, that will solve that problem.
Well, I can tell you now, I'm gonna vote no until you answer my question regarding the guidelines and the procedures for establishing where they will be. I mean, you're gonna ask me for some money and you can't answer my question?
I answered your question.
No, you did not.
I do not have 100 machines to put in Wolf Creek Library.
My question was, how do you determine where machines will be placed? Why are there 5 machines at a library in North Fulton compared to 3 machines at a library in South Fulton?
I will count the machines at Wolf Creek and triple check that number.
Okay, give me a count of all of them. I want to know how many machines were at every location on every day and every hour.
Will do.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, my question really, I guess, was addressed. So this, related to this particular item, so did we not have a request to increase spending authority that came for us before the election related to this?
What we had was an initial award, Commissioner, for
Right.
the $324,000.
Right.
Enterprise notified the county that when they provided us with the quote, they did not include the vehicle license fees, and that therefore the monthly rates that they had charged us initially on the quote was incorrect.
So they missed it by 20%?
Yes.
In fact,
So-
withdraw my second.
So the state, Enterprise notified us that they left out the vehicle licensing fees when they provided us with the initial quote for all of the trucks and vehicles that we requested.
So it was a statewide contract. So we didn't go out and procure this contract. So
No.
it was wrong in the statewide contract.
It's a statewide contract.
Okay.
So we provided them with the number of vehicles that we would need and for the length of time. They provided us with a quote. They advised us that they left out the vehicle licensing fees that is included as part of the monthly fee. So we actually had to go back and fix it for all of the year.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. Since some remarks have been made about the early voting stuff, while you're up here, and I know you're tired, so I'm not going to belabor this point, but I think, certainly, the entirety of the state sort of learned, some of the impacts of moving to a shorter runoff period. In retrospect, probably, some of this stuff should have been anticipated, and we probably, if we were knowing we're going to a few, down to 1 week, we shouldn't have closed voting sites, in the process. I mean, hindsight's 20/20 on that, but I mean, certainly, one of the things that, and as I'm making the statement, I make it as much to your board, Ms. Richards, as opposed to you, is that we, take some time to reflect on kind of what just took place and think about planning. And I know money plays a certain things in this, but I will tell you, I will say that there's an element of sort of a broken record back to the board when it comes to money, and that money's not necessarily solved all of these things. And now you shake your head and you smirk at me, and I know you're tired, and I don't mean that to you know, I don't mean to belabor this, right? But the reality of it is we had a prior election where you all woefully underran what you said it was going to cost you to run the general, right? So, you know, there's a lot of, when it comes to money and when it comes to our board, there's a degree of a little bit of a mismatch in terms of, oh, we need this, but in reality, we only needed this, and really, what do we need the funds for? So that's part of the reason why when, you know, next year's not sort of a major election year, but one of the reasons why I said, you know, we really need a crisp budget and to understand all the finer elements of that. So, you know, there are a lot of people that were frustrated with the wait times in the early voting period. And we were not the only county where that, you know, that played out. Every county had that. But we really need to reflect upon that. And I know you're just here the day after, but the right answer is not give me more money. That's not the exclusive answer. The right answer is a plan. Okay? And I do think all sorts of things need to be on the table as we think about the way early voting may look. We've done a great job generally of early voting in the past. If I had to give kudos to Fulton County elections in general about something, it's been what we've done with early voting. Generally, a lot of our problems have come outside, or challenges have come outside of early voting, but we weren't immune to the long wait times this time. But I think sort of collectively, and these are some things I think that every elections board needs to be thinking about, when you move to like a shortened, you know, EV period, do we need to be thinking about totally different sites and more like jumbo sites where you've got a lot of equipment in there, where you can have a lot of staff, you know, and abilities, so you're not necessarily running ragged, you know, individual employees. So I would just say I think you all did a very good job with the election, you know, overall, right? And you know, some of the stuff that we had issues with, and definitely election day was very flawless, and I applaud you all for that. Certainly everybody had some challenges with early voting. But I would just encourage, when we're on the heels of that, you know, particularly to the Board of Elections and to your staff, to think about, okay, think a little bit outside the box, and what might some of this stuff look like differently, you know, if we had the opportunity to do it again. Would we consider some jumbo sites? What could some of those jumbo sites be? What could it look like? You know, would there be a way to potentially sort of deploy additional equipment if we were concerned about not having as much equipment on election day? Or there's some sites where we could look at consolidation of precincts and not have as many of these sites based upon some of the patterns we've seen with you know, kind of election day voting. So my point being in all this is this, you know, I hope we all don't sort of pause too long on post the early voting period to really think about, hey, what could our playbook be differently for early voting in another runoff scenario? And that's really the only point I wanted to make. So, but again, I do want to, you know, say especially kudos for, you know, a very seamless election day, you know, in the counting and the reporting. I thought that was excellent on the part of the county.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I may have been at the room, and someone may have already said this, but let me reiterate. Ms. Williams, you all did a great job, considering nobody could have known what type of early voting numbers we were going to have. Nobody could have known that. So I will commend Fulton County for stepping to the plate, considering how many times I had to reach out to you because people called my office from both sides of town. It affected the north just like it did the south. There were people waiting hours on the north, just like there were people waiting hours on the south. Now, I will say this, that locator was a godsend, because when people called me, I gave them the actual address. I said, go to the wait time locator, and please look at the ones that have 80 minutes wait time versus the ones that have 2 hours wait time. So that was a godsend for one. Secondly, setting expectations accordingly. And I say we because we are all Fulton County. So if we point the finger at one person, we have to point the finger at everybody. We did not know, and it was not communicated to the listening audience what would happen or what would need to take place to add extra precincts. That is something that would had to have been approved at the Secretary of State and with us. We can't, pre-COVID, pre-SB 202, we could have did things differently. Now with SB 202, we have to stay in compliance and do things the right way. And what I said to a lot of my constituents on the north and south, because I am beholden to all Fulton County taxpayers, even though I do have a district, that we cannot go and open up this one here, that one there, this. We can't go and open up 10 or 15 precincts because of the short window time without a certain process taking place. And that process would not have taken place in a timely fashion to make those decisions and get those approvals by the time that election day. Now, once I said that to the constituents, they didn't like it, but they understood it. They didn't take it at first as we were not trying to do anything, because they were taking it like that. But when I explained what has to happen in order for that to happen, nobody here on this body could have foreseen the kind of early voting that was going to be brought out with this election. And so we can take what we now know and apply it going ahead. But I really think we do ourselves a disservice if we try to beat up our elections department and we don't beat up the Secretary of State, because I don't think the Secretary of State knew that as well. And so I think we have to be fair across the board. Nobody knew that those amount of people were going to vote. I tried to vote 4 different times. I am an advocate early voter, and every 4th time, I only got to the 4th time because I used the locator. And so what I would want us to do moving forward, what's the best practices? What did we learn from this? People on North Fulton, in the North Fulton side, they suffered just like people in the South Fulton side. No side suffered more than the other. Because anybody that had to wait 80 or 90 minutes or 2 hours in the North Fulton was voter suppression. If it happened in the South, it was voter suppression. And so what I would say to you is I would hope all the information that we bring today, because it really is not our fault. It is not. And I'm here to tell you that it's not our fault, because nobody could have predicted this. But moving forward, whatever the practice is, and even with our election board, our board of elections, they are going to have to move differently. The Secretary of State's office is going to have to move differently, and we're going to have better communication, and we're going to have to let our voting constituents know we have no control over people that are trying to vote for early advance voting, the same amount of people or more being condensed to 1 week. And that's unfair to lay that at the feet of Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections and Fulton County government. But what we can do, we can learn and move better. So I thank you for everything that Fulton County did. I thank the county manager. I know I went to one location and we had people that were coming trying to vote at C.T. Martin. So whereas before, I wasn't a big fan of having these big voting centers and comprising it, but the thing my colleague, Commissioner Ellis, just spoke to, I'm a fan of that now, because I saw people when I was out coming to vote at a location that they thought was early voting, and they were sent back to their precinct. And so maybe some way to alleviate that would be to get rid of some of the smaller, underperforming ones and have a bigger picture of maybe 4. So I became a winner for that concept because I saw it myself. So here again, not to belabor the point, and I probably already have, but at the end of the day, nobody could have predicted what happened yesterday. So thank you, Fulton County Elections. Thank you, County Manager, and thank you for all that you all do, because some things you just have to learn and move differently for. Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, I agree that the wait time locator is very, very helpful. And I ended up this time voting on Election Day, and it took 2 minutes. And about, I talked to 20 or 25 people yesterday that had a similar experience. So obviously, early voting, which initially started for convenience, has gotten so popular that really, if you don't want to wait, you need to wait for Election Day, and you can just pop in and out and be done with it. So I do think we need to learn from that. And I do think perhaps that statute or that clause in the 202 that says you have to have 1 machine for every 250 voters in a precinct on Election Day, we need to advocate for change there, because we could redeploy some of the Election Day equipment to early voting because it's so popular, and expand, those facilities, because we know we don't need it at that level on Election Day. Or we could consolidate precincts and redeploy equipment. I mean, there's different ways to do it. But even if you consolidate precincts, you're basing your allocation of equipment on the total number of voters, not taking into consideration how many vote early voting. So I think our data is very, very useful to the legislature. It looks like they are going to reopen it this time and make some adjustments. So I hope we're going to be ready to offer up what our experience is to help them craft something that does work better for us as we go forward.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment about, we have already started the analytics and the work, and I think Commissioner Ellis used the term plan. I think that is what the net result of this is. So it may be shifting resources from day of to early. I do think we'll need some legislative help, but we'll definitely have the data to support what we're proposing. I do think it's difficult to determine, this is consumer behavior 101, determining what the consumer will do, but we can see these trends. And it's clear as day that people are shifting to early voting. So, but we are already in motion working with Nadine on a plan.
I just recommend we have a better answer than logistically, because that is, again, woefully insufficient.
Yes, I understand, and I think that's really going to be, I hope, the insights that we gain from this plan is we'll see where these clear clusters of voters are, particularly for early voting, and then deploy appropriately. And some of it, I think what she's meaning to say, there are some spaces that we put ourselves in. In fact, I went to one during early voting that really probably isn't optimal unless we close that library. I'm not talking about Wolf Creek, I'm talking about another one, but I think we need to take a fresh look at all of those where we're not overly constraining ourselves by what the physical location is, because there's other alternative locations that might be more appropriate.
Right, yeah, I mean, sounds like the standard is what's in SB 202. You gotta have 250 per, so there are guidelines.
Well, that's on day of.
Yeah, but
now, but see, that's the beauty of, again, if we truly understand.
Guideline or a standard to something to use.
Well, on day of, there is, and it's probably overly conservative. But during early voting, we've got much more freedom to design it to optimally serve the citizens. And that's where this data analysis, I think, will provide everyone pretty good insight on where best and how many, and of course, we'll have to factor in now that we understand what a week looks like versus 3 weeks, because that was a non sequitur to all of our experience.
May I comment?
Yes.
So when I say logistically for advanced voting, again, advanced voting voters can go to any location, no matter where you live in Fulton County. So we logistically attempt to evenly distribute it so that voters can access any location that they want to. We want to make sure it's even on the north, south, east, and west. So logistically, our most popular sites are like Ponce de Leon. It is the smallest location, but it has the highest count. So we're gonna work in 2020, for the upcoming elections to get an additional site in that area. Same thing with Alpharetta Library, we're gonna try to find a bigger venue to house more equipment. So when I say logistically, I mean that we make sure it's evenly distributed, so no matter where you live, you can get to an advanced voting location. You can choose any one you want, but if we get a better location for some places, and again, we have taken into consideration that during that week time that people are voting, we also have the program equipment for election day. There's an overlap there. So if we do not have the equipment, we can't put it in the facility. So again, we have to literally get prepared for election day at the same time advanced voting is taking place.
Yeah, the problem that I'm trying to, the question that I was asking was, you know, okay, that's fine. The size may not make sense, but when I asked the question and you say logistically, depends on how many we can fit in there, you can literally fit 200 machines at the Wolf Creek Library. So that answer doesn't answer the question. It is a non-answer, okay? It just is a non-answer. The other thing is you don't want to have 10 machines in early voting at the Alpharetta Library and 3 at the Wolf Creek Library. That is inherently unfair. And so as a result, there need to be guidelines and procedures established so to make sure that so that it is not inherently unfair. It sounds like there are guidelines for election day. If I were there, I would probably use the election day guidelines at least as a starting point. At least as a starting point to say, hey, look, we have these guidelines for election day. For early voting, maybe we might make it more. Maybe it's 500 per machine. Maybe it's 750. I don't know. But to say logistically is a non-answer. You can fit 1,000 machines in this room. That doesn't matter. The size of the room is irrelevant. What is the formula? What are the guidelines and the procedures for how we decide how many machines we will have at each location?
Well, let me add one more thing to that thought process. And correct me, Jessica, if I'm wrong, or Nadine. I think during early voting, it has to be a county-owned facility. Is that right? Or one that we
Or
fund?
an election day precinct.
Yeah, exactly.
Pardon? During early voting, it needs to be a county-owned or county-funded facility. Is that correct?
It can be a county-owned facility or an election day voting precinct. So those are the only two options. Right?
But generally speaking, we have used almost exclusively county-owned facilities.
We added like Cedar Grove.
And the one trade-off that we have really struggled with, and then I made a decision during the course of the week with Nadine's urging to close the libraries, was kind of to that point. In other words, we could see that the crowds had built during early voting, but the libraries were open. Because think about, closing them for extended periods of time if we were talking about 3 weeks. So that's another aspect of this is if we go to 3 weeks and it stays 3 weeks, I don't know that libraries are the optimal location in all instances. Because Alpharetta is really a good example. During COVID, because the library wasn't open, we cleared out all of the computer equipment. So there was space for 10 or 12. Now it is a very small room in the back of that library, and I don't think there's but 3 machines there at Alpharetta. But all of those things, I think, go to the necessity to not only have the data, but then have a detailed plan. And I don't think we had a detailed plan that we could all reflect on and say, oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's not optimal. Let's do this. It got worked, but not in detail in advance, at least that we all were able to look at.
I just wanted to mention, because legislative issues were discussed a couple times, that we have been in discussion, having some preliminary discussions with the Secretary of State's office. As Commissioner Hausman mentioned, there is somewhat of an intent on their part and the state election board's part to look at some issues related to SB 202. There are several areas where clarification could be useful for us and for other counties. And so in particular, the equipment allocation ratio for election day does not account for the fact that more than half of voters in many jurisdictions, including ours, prefer to vote early instead of on election day for any number of reasons. And so I think looking at that, basing, in other words, if we were allowed to adjust our formula to reduce that equipment allocation on election day, possibly in recognition of voting patterns over time where most people choose to vote early, we could make some adjustments. So those are some of the things, commissioners, that you approved as part of the legislative package. We've had some conversations with some of the state election board members, with their general counsel and others. So we'll continue to collaborate with them as well as the other election officials. This is not just a Fulton County issue, but certainly is a really big deal here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, so I had heard Alpharetta might not be used again for early voting, and I hate to see that because it's in the best location that there is in that area. So I think the law actually says any government-owned facility. I don't know that it says county government. So,
No,
you know.
we will reach back out to the city of Alpharetta to see if we can use their chambers. That has a larger space.
Well, they have
in
a
the building
big
next door.
community room there in City Hall, but
They denied usage of that.
too
years
bad
ago,
we
but
didn't
we'll
know
ask
we
them
were
again.
going to need this when we designed these libraries. We might have made those community rooms a little bigger. But I do really want to encourage you to do everything you can to keep a location in downtown Alpharetta, because that's where the people are.
No, when I said the library, I just meant that physically. We'll find something in the area, maybe the Crabapple Government Center or the chambers in the building next door. We will reach out again to the city of Alpharetta in regards to that, and we'll add something bigger in the same area, if possible.
And then it reminded me that someone mentioned that they saw the drop box in Alpharetta not inside the voting area. And I don't know if you'd moved it out just for state space reasons or what.
More than likely, but if it's in a line of sight of the poll manager, then it's allowed.
Well, I just think we need to be very cognizant of that as well as you go forward.
And there is an attendant next to the box that's required.
Okay, well, I'm just bringing it to your attention.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make it quick. Adams Park Library was closed for early voting. I got a lot of calls about that, and I imagine that Commissioner Hall did too. And I understand the reasoning behind it, but I also understand a lot of bus riders go to that one, a lot of seniors go to that one, and regardless of what you close or have to close, nobody's gonna like it, whether 10 people regularly use it or 10,000. And that's the reality that we have to understand. I think about us as commissioners and what we do. We gotta do a better job to our constituency base and letting them know what's gonna be open, what's gonna be closed. But I have to say, no matter what we close, there's gonna be an issue. And so we've gotta always keep in mind not only the proximity of where it is or the usage of it, but who uses it. Because if a lot of walking distance, a lot of seniors that's gonna, it used to being close to it, or a lot of bus riders, then it can be possibly looked at as being a voter suppression tool, even if it was not intended. Let me say that, even if it was not intended. And so I think this is a work in progress, but I am a firm believer between what you all are doing and what the county manager is doing, that we're gonna find a way to get through this. I think that we learned a lot of best practices, and I had an individual that came from Philadelphia that had an opportunity to talk to the county manager, and boy, oh boy, did it make me just have a newfound respect and love for our elections department when I talk to them as to what they do. So I think sometimes when we're too close to the fire, we don't realize the good things that we do. We just kind of magnify the bad things. But I have full faith in the elections department as well as the county manager. Thank you.
All right, other comments? If not, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Arrington had removed his second. Is there a second? All right. Yeah, that's a machine. It should
I'll
be-
second it,
All right,
Chairman.
we have a second by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay. Five yeas with Commissioner Ellis. Bottom of page 11, 22-0935, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to use of the Beltline TAD funds to provide continued program management and construction services for an additional 12-month period for Phase 2 library renovation and expansion projects.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Cast your vote, please.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, 22-0936, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide on-site tree removal services.
All right, is there a motion to approve? A motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0937, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide on-site testing and repair for approximately 183 backflow preventive devices.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0938, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide comprehensive pest control services
In the amount of $225,000.
in the amount of $225,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0939, request approval of a statewide contract in the amount not to exceed $595,000 to provide repairs and maintenance for specialized heavy equipment and other fleet vehicles.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0940, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $130,000 to provide fuel card management services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Vote is open.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, 22-0941, request approval to extend an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $882,588.07 to provide continued program management services for an additional 12-month period to complete project construction and project additions for Phase 2 library renovations and expansions.
All right,
projects.
favorable motion on the floor by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0942, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $13,350,000 to provide construction services associated with the Graham Drive Pump Station upgrade.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
I know some areas,
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0943, Senior Services. Request approval of statewide contract in the amount of $127,378.59 to provide staffing services to support the operation of the Department of Senior Services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0944, Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Request approval of a memorandum of understanding to provide medication-assisted outpatient treatment of substance abuse for Fulton County residents.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0945, request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $48,769 to provide food service management services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall is a second by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 14, 22-0946, Public Works, request approval of a recommended proposal in the amount of $125,000 to provide planning services for updating, modifying, and implementing the capital improvement program.
It's a favorable motion by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0947, request approval of a recommended proposal in the amount of $715,000 to provide design, engineering, and modifying the capital improvement plan at Fulton County Executive Airport.
It's a favorable motion by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0948, Senior Services. Request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $78,000 to provide temporary staffing services to support the daily operations in the 4 senior multi-purpose facilities.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0949, Emergency Management, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $175,000 to provide facility maintenance services for the Fulton County Animal Control Services Facility.
All right, a favorable motion by Vice, strike that, Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0950, request approval to extend an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $4,900,000 to provide animal control services.
All right, commission to deny by Commissioner Hall, seconded by. See, y'all were acting like y'all asleep. I'm just checking. No, I don't either. No. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Is there a presentation?
Yes, there is.
Do we need it?
Yeah, so we'll try to make it fast. Chairman Pitts. Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Hausman, Commissioners. There's been a lot of interest in the animal shelter, our current one, as well as the one that's proposed for, that will be built less than a year from now. But what we wanted to do, in light of the request to approve the extension for next year, is do three things. Give you a quick update on kind of the state of the current shelter, give you a quick update, and I know you wanted to hear from Lifeline, so we'll let you hear from Rebecca Gwynn, who's the CEO of Lifeline. She'll give you a little bit of update on what they provide in the way of services. And then finally, we're going to have Bill Mason give you a quick two-minute presentation on the new shelter, where it is, what the plans are, a few pictures, just to give you a sense of what the future looks like. But before we start, I just want to set a little context. 2 years ago, when COVID started, the animal shelter was overcrowded, and we were having challenges, quite frankly, in terms of keeping the animals in what we'd call a decent, having a decent experience. When COVID hit, we had an increase in adoptions, we had an increase in fostering, and actually we had a reduction in terms of the number of dogs we had to take care of. It's actually really good for us, right? Since that time, however, since the declaration that COVID is over, we've gone back to that. The center is overcrowded again. Individuals who were at home have gone back to work, and they've surrendered their dogs. And so we're back to having a situation where we have overcrowding. We've had a visit from the Department of Agriculture, because they're not particularly happy about that, and so we're working through some things with them. So Matt's going to give you a quick update on that. The second thing that's happened is because of supply chain and cost issues, the contract that Lifeline has had with us is actually upside down. What I mean by that is it costs them more to provide the services to us than we pay them. And so historically, they've been able to subsidize that with philanthropic dollars. Those have dried up, and as a result, that contract is, like I said, upside down. We're trying to rectify that in what will be a transition year in 2023. And then finally, I guess what I'd say is we're trying to hold on until fall of 2023, when we have our new facility on board. Instead of having a facility that, quite frankly, was designed as a kill shelter, right? When Lifeline took over, 6 of every 10 animals brought to our shelter was euthanized. They have changed that, and now you're going to hear from Rebecca how that is in fact changed. But that facility was never designed, quite frankly, to hold dogs for a long term, or cats, or chickens, or the other things that we have. So we're really excited about being able to bring the shelter online, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we hold on until we're able to cut the ribbon on that. So with that, let me turn it over to Matt Kallmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Matthew Kallmeyer, Director of Emergency Management, also the Contract Administrator for Animal Services. So in the spirit of the holidays, I just want to go ahead and say quickly thank you. Thank you to each of you who have been really staunch supporters of animal welfare. I want to thank our volunteers. It actually helps us be successful, the animal services staff, and finally the people that are our fostering partners. Those are the ones that help us make it successful. And I just can't go ahead and start this presentation without giving them a moment of notice to say thank you. Next slide, please. Some of these things Alton has already covered in his opening comments, but just to go ahead and just put the fine dot on some of these things. We know our facility is not sufficient. You all voted to go ahead and support us to get a new facility. You're going to hear about it in the current process. We cannot wait to the fourth quarter of 2023 to finally be able to open up something that can humanely treat these animals. We're living in a shelter that has over 300 animals on a given day, and it was built to go ahead and house less than 100 animals. It's crowded, it's cramped, and it puts a lot of stress on the staff, the volunteers, and the animals. It makes it very difficult to go ahead and be as successful as Lifeline is in a facility that way. They constantly are pulling magic out of their hats to go ahead and help us be successful. Alton talked about our challenges. We have seen significant reductions in adoption rates. We've seen an increased amount of surrenders. Our animal welfare partners are actually turning more into social workers. Rebecca can go ahead and tell you more about that. We are seeing people that are coming to our shelter in a U-Haul truck with their apartment or house packed, surrendering an animal because they don't know what else to do. We're trying to go ahead and stop that before it gets to that point, seeing if we can help them with food, with shelter, things along those lines. And that's what Rebecca's team's constantly doing. How can we go ahead and stop this revolving door before it gets to the point of those individuals showing up in a U-Haul truck as they're moving out of the metro Atlanta area because they can no longer afford to. If anyone does a quick Google search and goes ahead and looks for shelter overcrowding, you will find it across the country. One of our sister jurisdictions just this weekend was in the news, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, that they are absolutely over capacity. They are begging for the public support. We constantly find ourselves in a similar situation. We do not know why the trends are going this way, but we're trying to do everything we can to come up with ingenious ways of increasing fosters, of increasing adoptions, and that's what Rebecca is going to talk to about. Lifeline has been an incredible partner for 10 years. I have actually had the opportunity to be the administrator for the last 5 with them. I have grown to go ahead and respect Rebecca and her team, what they have been able to accomplish. Alton talked about some of the statistics. You'll see some of the financial things that she will go ahead and showcase today. The amount of philanthropic dollars that they have poured into our program to go ahead and keep it alive is absolutely incredible. I could assure you that they are giving us more than we're giving them and most of the time to go ahead and make this work. They constantly have a philosophy that we're going to make it work, but they are getting to the point right now, like Alton said, we had a 5-year fixed contract. The last 2 years with COVID has put significant impacts on them between labor costs, supply chain issues, and other additional costs with managing a shelter. So it's become increasingly difficult for them to go ahead and survive. Next slide, please. We went ahead and sent out a letter to all the individual municipalities to talk about the 2023 extension. It's really what we call an inflection point. It's a transition year. We can't stress that enough. It's a major point because we're finally going to be able to go ahead and have a humane way to care for animals. And we can't state that enough with how grateful we are for that new facility. The positive impact on the community is something else that we're looking forward to. We're finally going to have a community outreach room. We're going to be able to go ahead and host CPR and first aid classes for animals. We're going to be able to go ahead and bring the students inside and teach them how to properly care for animals, how to approach an animal that they find. We cannot wait to go ahead and do these type of things that we have not been able to do at the facility that we have that was built in 1978. There also see some impacts to our cost model. In page, one of your back additional supplemental pages in your document, you'll see what our cost model is going into 2023. It's not what we went ahead and had for the previous years. And what the ones will look like in 2024 going forward will be much higher. We're going into a facility that'll be 50,000 square feet. It's 4 times the size of where we currently are now. It's what we need, but it's a significant increase. And there will be some cost increases associated with that as well. When it actually came to sending out the IGAs, I'm proud to say that the City of Atlanta was the first to go ahead and pass their IGA extension. Going into next year, the mayor and his staff made it a priority, and on December 1st, they're the first ones. They're the major consumers of our program. About 50% of the program is actually City of Atlanta, and they went ahead and already signed their IGA going into 2023. Majority of our other municipalities all have it on either first or second reads have occurred, and they're going into final voting for next week. So a lot more great things to come with that. And finally, we're going to be looking to have that new 5-year IGA based upon numbers that we're going to see of what it would cost to go ahead and operate a shelter this size, the additional costs that it would cost operationally, and that's what we'll be bringing forth to yourself, to the mayors, and other elected officials so we can go ahead and socialize that for the next 5 years. Just to do a highlight on the far right-hand side of your screen, page 20 will go ahead and go into further detail. But you will see there is that Fulton County spends 30% less on animal services than our other partners. And the other thing that you'll see is that compared to our other national partners that we have talked about, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, so on and so forth, we are actually 40% less than what those partners are actually paying for animal services. So there is some room for us to go ahead and improve when it comes to how much money we put towards animal welfare. With that being said, and know that we're short on time, I'm going to ask Rebecca Gwynn to come up to the podium to go ahead and introduce herself and Lifeline and just do a quick financial update. Rebecca? 8. Please 6, please. Please 6.
Thank you, Matt. Get the slides in place. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Hausman, and Commissioners, thank you so much for having me come in today. I just want to thank you for the new shelter. Right? We are privileged and honored to be a partner with Fulton County, and this new shelter, I think, really evidences your commitment to the pets and the people of Fulton County. And I can't, as a pet lover, but also as the contractor, I can't thank you enough. Just for some of you who are familiar with Lifeline, some of you may not be. We founded. I'm actually the founder of Lifeline. We started in 2002, so. It's been about 20 years now. We manage Fulton County Animal Services. We also, our Fulton County officers are also Lifeline employees. We also manage the DeKalb County Animal Shelter, and the officers there are county employees. We have what's a save rate. That is a function of the number of animals that leave alive compared to intake. Our save rate across our organization is 93%. For those of you who are familiar with certain aspects of animal welfare, there's a term called no-kill, and that is considered to be at about a 90% save rate. So we're above that save rate. And what that means is that the only animals that are euthanized in your shelter are animals that are either too aggressive so that they pose a risk to public safety, or animals that are really too sick that their prognosis is so poor they're not going to survive. We care for about 40,000 animals a year in the county shelters, our own shelter, our community, and our clinics. We operate the largest low-cost spay-neuter resource in the state. We do about 13,000 surgeries a year. We opened our Lifeline Community Animal Center in 2019, and from there we take overflow from our Fulton shelter. In the last year, we've taken 913 pets from the Fulton shelter, about 13% of the intake. And then our full-service clinic provides affordable vet care and approximately 20% at no cost to pet owners. Part of that no-cost service is our Pets for Life program. That's a program, and I think there's a page in your appendix. It's a program that services, I believe, 7 different zip codes within Fulton County. Anyone that lives in those zip codes is entitled to free veterinary care, free food, leashes, collars, information, support. And it's 4,000 to about 6,000 pets annually that we provide those free services to. So all of these, but for the contracts, all of these are supported by philanthropic dollars. Next slide, please. This gives you just a snapshot of what the work at Fulton County is like. We have about a little over 17,000 calls for service. That's about 50 a day. We take in roughly 6,700 to 7,000. We've gotten up to 8,000 pets coming in. And then our adoption numbers, and it's all there for you to say. I think the important thing about our adoption numbers is that they are down about 20%. And this is not they were getting better and better and better, as Mr. Adams told you. We had a great time in the early days of the pandemic that people really came to the rescue of the animals, and now that has really dropped off, not only here in Atlanta, but across the country. We transfer to about 50, it's more like about 70 different outside organizations. We transfer about 2,000 animals. 1,200 of those went to outside organizations, and as I mentioned before, 900 of those were transferred into Lifeline. Our save rate is at 92%. We actually reached 93% in 2021. As Matt explained, the save rate, the number of animals that left the shelter alive was only at 39% when we took over this contract. So it's at 93% now, and there are a lot of animals that are grateful for that. Our average number of employees is around 69, and the number of volunteer hours worked is in the 6,000 range in just this last year. So these are the actual numbers from fourth quarter of last year through the third quarter of this year. Next slide, please. And this just gives you an idea of how the service is funded. So these are your total operating expenses for 2022. And we projected the last month or so of expenses. Lifeline is providing 18% of the operating expense, and this year it was $928,000. And as Mr. Adams mentioned, we're at a point where that is not really feasible. But that's where we are today. Our overflow to our Lifeline facility is another $400,000 investment, and our Pets for Life program is another $450,000 investment. So our total support to Fulton County and the Fulton County residents in 2022 is about $1.8 million, 1.799. Next slide, please. And Matt has talked about this. We're just seeing increases everywhere in our expenses. The operations expenses covers the vehicles and fuel, Our veterinary costs are skyrocketing. I don't know if you have a pet and you try to get an appointment with your veterinarian, you know what I'm talking about. It's almost impossible to get an appointment, and costs are really going up, and we experience those as well. We're having to raise our salaries to be even marginally competitive with other employers out there for entry-level positions. When we got this contract, it was at $12 an hour. We're up to 15 and need to go up to 16 next year. Our occupancy expenses, those are trailers and sanitation. Waste management has gone up substantially. Insurance expenses have skyrocketed. And this year, the amount of fees that we've collected are down by 19%. So that's licensing, impound fees, and then also adoption fees. It's about a $100,000 a year deficit. Next slide, please. And this just gives you an overview. These are our financial numbers over the course of this current contract. That net ordinary income, that loss, is subsidized by philanthropic donations. So there are donations that are made directly to Fulton County Animal Services, and that's included up in the income line. And those are used to offset operating expenses. But anything that's left, Lifeline has subsidized through philanthropic donations and some grants, although almost all of this is through philanthropic donations. So our investment in Fulton County Animal Services and in operating Fulton County Animal Services by the end of this contract will be right at about $1.7 million. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
We're going to invite Mr. Bill Mason up to go ahead and do a quick overview of Animal Services Facility. Mr. Mason?
Thank you, Commissioners. Bill Mason, I'm Facility Program Manager, and I direct our Procure Urban Redevelopment Bonds capital improvement programs. Next slide, please. Fulton, you want to address?
I'll let you take it up. I just wanted to give, what you're seeing here is the actual physical plant that Bill's going to talk about, but part of the new shelter, and Matt alluded to this, is the ability to expand our services, the ability to have educational programs for kids, the ability to have rehabilitation programs for dogs that would otherwise be euthanized, the ability to have community events. And so it's more than just a building. It really is going to be changing the way we are able to provide services like this to the citizens of Fulton County. And it's probably going to be the best one, certainly in the Southeast, if not one of the best in the country, in terms of being able to provide those services to a community that I believe really does deserve to have a different level of services from us. So just wanted to provide a little bit of context before Bill jumped into the discussion about the physical plant itself.
Great. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photograph taken the week before Thanksgiving that shows the status of the construction site at that time. Just for background, I'm sure you remember the site is located on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. It's at the northeast corner, if you will, of the Fulton County Executive Airport, directly across Fulton Industrial Boulevard from the UPS distribution facility. We're looking generally southward here. The site is approximately 13 acres, and this would be a photograph of approximately 4 months of construction. The initial 3 months were primarily site development, grading work, and as you can see, we have begun some foundation work and actually pouring slabs for the facility itself. Next, please. This is really a progress photograph. On the left, you see the condition of where we were in mid-October, which for the most part was a graded site with just a little bit of foundation work begun. 30 days later, you see, really the same condition as the photograph or the prior photograph here, and a dramatic amount of site and utility work has been done, and the actual pouring of the concrete slab itself. We expect this kind of progress to continue from month to month, and I'll report it if you find it beneficial. Next, please. Just a detail of kind of some of the work that we've been doing. if you see on the top left, there are more than 500 drains in this project. Everything from sanitary drain lines until French drains, stormwater drains, and so forth. So a lot of the work that we're doing is actually in the ground, if you will. From the top, it goes down to the bottom where we actually cover the drain lines to make sure that we don't have any construction materials or so forth enter into them and create a problem down the road. Then you see where we've installed the vapor barrier, the reinforcing steel, and then finally over on the right, we've actually poured a first sector of the building itself there. So that's the type of detail work that has been going on and will continue here into the next month. Next, please. Activities and next steps. The activities, the first three, I think I've alluded to in my previous slides. The most important one here is at the bottom, that the construction is 26% complete. That's on track with our project schedule. We're actually a couple of weeks ahead at that point in time. Of course, the 4 or 5 inches of rain that we've had this week hasn't helped, but in a project like this, it's very weather dependent. So I wouldn't be surprised that we're up 2 weeks this time, and next week we may be down a week. The next steps, a continuation of the current activities for sure. We'll begin work on the retaining wall, and that will really add some definition to the project. We're in the process of procuring the veterinary equipment and FFE that is unique to this type of facility. Perhaps most importantly is we have begun development of a communication strategies plan, which includes adding the animal services facility to our website. We have begun the programming on-site events such as topping out ceremonies, adoption ceremonies, this type of events, this type of thing, and well as an ongoing public awareness campaign of newsletters and other items. So we look forward to pulling that together here over the next couple of weeks and have a formal program. And then certainly not last but not least is we're on track for completion in the fall of 2023. So we're 11 months away from completion of the project. Next, please. This is, I don't know if it's actually moved, but it's a drone video that shows a photograph of, that's a video of our earlier photograph that you saw.
If you could just click on the photo, it'll be running in the background. And want to thank, once again, Mr. Mason for his comments, as well as Ms. Gwynn. Like Mr. Mason said, our External Affairs Director came up with a great idea. We actually are taking aerial footage such as that, and there's on the website. Every week when we get updates from our contractors and such, we are updating the website so the community can go ahead and see what the status is of the program. So with that being said, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner?
Okay, thank you. So this amount, the 4.9, you're saying that's an increase on the existing amount?
1.3 million increase, sir. So for the last 5 years, 3.6 million is what Lifeline has received for the contract amount. There has never been an increase in that particular time, like Mr. Adams said. And within the last couple of years, with all the impacts from COVID, they still have been trying to be able to survive with that. You saw on the slides that they've been taking philanthropic dollars from not only what comes to Fulton County, but also what goes to Lifeline itself and pouring it into our system to try to go ahead and balance off the budget. But we've reached the point where those dollars are just not there anymore. That's why we're looking to go ahead and have that increase to cover what the current cost is. $16 an hour is not a lot to go ahead and offer someone to care for animals in the type of condition that they're working in. It's definitely not on par with some of the other locations like Target and things along those lines. So it's difficult to be competitive with the price point at $12 an hour where they started the contract to where they are today.
All right, well, I mean, I understand COVID and I understand increase in expenses, but I mean, I know they were using our website to get money, not only for Fulton County, but for their other operations. So, but I guess COVID makes sense, and $16 an hour makes sense. Are they still using our website to raise money outside of Fulton County?
They're not using our website. Actually, per the contract, they are supposed to manage the website on our behalf. So you actually click it, it's redirected to the website that's per the contract that they manage for us. You can see right here, this is a pretty significant amount of dollars that come back into our system. So I'll probably, she'll let Rebecca continue to speak here, but no one's getting rich off of this program.
I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner, any donations that are made through the website for Fulton County Animal Services go directly into Fulton County Animal Services. That's that FCAS donations piece right there. We do not raise money for Lifeline on Fulton County Animal Services websites or anything like that. So anything, even the Facebook page, which we maintain, if the donations come through the Fulton County Animal Services Facebook page, they go directly into Fulton County Animal Services. We do not use your site or name to raise money.
All right, and then what can we do about all these complaints about animal abuse that keep coming? How can Lifeline? No, thank you. Also, I would like to hear from the CEO.
Okay.
I want to. What can you do to address those issues? Because I know you've seen them, just like I've seen them, just like we've all seen them.
Yes, sir. I believe there's a single individual that we actually inherited this person along with the shelter back in 2013. She was involved with the previous vendor, and she continues to talk about a lot of the same issues. So some of the claims are 10 years old. Admittedly, to everyone, if you've ever been there, that shelter is not good. It's very hard to work in. It's very hard for the animals. It was built in 1978. The housing configuration is group housing. That means as animals come in, they have to be housed together in cages. So there are very few individual cages. The ones that are there, we added, or recently emergency management came in and was able to purchase some additional cages as well. But there's no room for those cages to go. So it's, just to put it in perspective, a shelter is around 12,000 square feet. You're building a 50,000 square foot shelter to accommodate the service. And we do everything we can, but I cannot stand here and tell you that shelter is humane every day, all the time. It's not possible. So what we do is try to get them out as quickly as we can. We have an extensive foster program. We're actually nationally recognized for our foster program. We're doing a transport this weekend up to Delaware. We've got a mega adoption that we're doing in Delaware. And we'll be taking hopefully up to 100 dogs up to that transport. We've used our own clinic with the county's help to do overflow. Do animals overflow to our own facility. And you know, we just have to keep after it. It's constant, it's every day, and it is a fight. And we're as transparent about that as everyone up here is.
All right, well, I certainly understand the facility. I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? It just seems like the complaints come from more than, or involve more than just the physical building, you know, and its inadequacies. But thank you for your answers. I think, you know, sounds like you're doing what you can with what you have. And certainly I know it's hard to get people to work at $16 an hour. So I'm sensitive to that. And I saw your email to the person, so that's why I didn't want to hear from you. I wanted to hear from the CEO herself. I guess I would just, you know, and maybe you're already doing it. I would just, again, try to do whatever you can to address those issues. I had to block the young lady from my page because she started commenting on other things and other topics. And so that was completely inappropriate, but I am sensitive to the issues that she brings up. And it sounds like you are as well. And whatever we can do to try to address those issues, obviously bringing on a new shelter will probably go a long way in addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to be brief. I'm a dog lover, okay? And I'm a dog lover to the point that I adopted one, and 2 of my staff members adopted a dog this year. The dog that I adopted, everybody passed over. Was despondent, was in his cage with his tail, in between his legs. And something drew me to him. Had a talk with the staff. The staff said he had been brought back 5 times. He had been fostered and brought back 5 times. Now, having a collection of 8-up shoes, 8-up remotes, I mean, he has eaten everything within his reach. His name is Fergie, and I kept it as Fergie. And I'm trying not to get emotional about this because I really am a dog lover. But the amount of time that I have spent with that dog, he has changed like night and day. And I don't know if anybody had the amount of patience that I had to work with him on some things. But it will bring you to tears at that shelter. I've been to that shelter since I've gotten a dog 4 or 5 times. I've stood outside and saw people, could count them in an hour's time, bringing dogs back. And I would ask them, trying not to be nosy, trying to be respectful, why are you bringing this dog back? And 4 out of 5 times they would tell me, I can't afford to keep him. And that breaks my heart that we're in a society that people want to love a dog, but they can't feed them. And I appreciate the program that you all have with giving out the free dog food. I've incorporated it into my senior summit. And it works because the seniors don't have money for dog food. And yes, there are issues. I'll be the first one. And thank you, like Commissioner Arrington said, for responding to that. Thank you. Because we can all find something wrong with something. We have to find a solution. We don't want to put any pet down unnecessarily. But that was just not built for what it's servicing. But what is the alternative? The alternative is death. And for some other people, that may mean nothing to them. But to me, it breaks my heart because a lot of these pets were brought there, they gave love, they gave everything they could, but they were brought there because the person could not afford to keep them. And so whatever I can do, I will be in support. I've seen the conditions over there. I've been over there several times. And yes, to an untrained eye or somebody who doesn't know what's going on and haven't been over there repetitively as much as I have, yeah, they may say, wow, this is rough. But I think you all are making the best with what you all have. People are not beating down the doors to be employees over there. They're not. The employees over there love those dogs. And they're not making a whole bunch of money. They are passionate about what they're doing. I know we've got a great facility that's coming up, but I just want the public to know sometimes you have to, in certain cases, take the good with the bad. And if taking the good with the bad means that's one less animal we got to kill, then I'm going to be on the side of taking the good with the bad, and anything that I can support I just feel like you all are doing the best you can. I've been over there and sat 3 and 4 hours when I've had the time to sit there and just watch people pick up dogs, and the dogs are so happy. I mean, they're so happy when they're going off. But I've also seen the dogs being brought there, and the pet owners are in tears, bringing the dog there saying, I can't afford it. And so I would suggest those that are just really big critics and don't know, go sit over there 1 hour. I promise you, you all are doing the best. Ma'am, I salute you. Not saying you're perfect, but given what I've seen up close and what you all are trying to do and that staff over there, I appreciate what you're doing, and I'd be so glad when the new facility opened. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If I could challenge you, though, every time you come to the shelter, would you think about getting Fergie another friend?
Listen, I have no more remotes,
You're 4
no
or
more
5 times, it
shoes.
could help out, ma'am.
I have nothing else. To see a dog eat a pair of size 11 and 12 shoes, I mean, that's not a good sight. So, yes,
Thank
when
you, ma'am.
things get a little better.
No, it's incredible. The Atlanta Food Bank, and as well as Meals on Wheels, is a partnership that Rebecca has started with Lifeline to try to get those extra food out there. So there's a lot going towards that end, and thank you for saying those things.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, just no stories of my own, but I appreciate it. I got one, but I'm not going to tell it. That was a good one. I can't top Fergie. My only question is, maybe you said it while I stepped out for a second. Why are we absorbing the increase?
So in 2023, through the transitional year, and it was through the other negotiations that you all had going on with the city, we didn't think it was the right time, the cities, to go ahead and try to introduce this in a mid-budget year cycle. Because it was a transition year, we looked at, could we go ahead and cover this for 1 year period of time and then re-look at how the IGA should be truly organized going forward and present that to each municipality so they can go ahead and put that into their budget for the next 5-year period. It's going to be a pretty significant lift for us because we're going to have to make some assumptions in the pretty much February, March timeframe to be able to get in front of these cities so they can go ahead and budget. And we're going to do what we can with our procurement team to be able to get a number for these cities to go ahead and put into their budget years, sir.
Okay, well, maybe I missed that. I guess, did we miss a window to where we were supposed to bring it to them?
I'm sorry, sir?
Or did we miss a window where we were supposed to bring this forward so they could?
I don't believe we missed the window, sir. It was just when we sat down and started looking at the finances with Lifeline and started to see the pretty significant drop in the philanthropic dollars and such and what the costs were going, and we asked them to consider doing a 1-year extension with us while we built this. That's when we came back with what this increase would look like, sir, for a 1-year period of time.
Okay. Well, speaking of philanthropic, I guess that's what I wanted to emphasize here is like, you know, we're providing this service, you know, a needed service, right? You know, and a very important one on behalf of other people, right? We, you know, half of these cities, they have to pay their fair share.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, I don't like the fact that we're absorbing the cost. I mean, everybody's dealing with increased costs. They have funds coming in. They're obligated to pay for these services. You know, they're getting, you know, significant funds through lost and other mechanisms and all that sort of stuff. I think they should be bearing these costs here. If we've missed some sort of window, you know, per the way that our IGA structure works to give them notice of the increase, and shame on us, but I mean, whether it's this or whether it's elections and stuff that we do, we have to have the real cost, and they need to be passed back to the entities that we're providing the services to. We can't be subsidizing this and, you know, and be philanthropic to them when they have the funds that they should be paying.
Yes, sir.
So I guess the opportunity for that is closed this year? Is that basically?
For the 2023 years, sir, but for 2024 through 2029, we will go ahead and make sure that the cost model that you'll see on
So
page
is this
19.
closed this year? So we already gave the extension to the cities to ratify?
Yes, sir. City of Atlanta already came back. You may have stepped out of the room when I stated that, sir. They were the first one. They were about 50% of the system that they leveraged. They already ratified on December 1st. Sir.
And maybe I'm just, I don't mean to be critical of you all, but why is this just now coming to us, but it was sent to them to extend at no additional cost? But, I mean, did we talk about this? I mean,
I do not know if it was socialized with the 7 elected officials, sir. We did discuss it internally. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
No worries. Commissioner, a couple of things. We did miss a bit of a window.
Okay.
And the reason partly is because we were focused on, it was in the midst of the last discussions.
right.
And so to be able to come forth and say, by the way, and it may not be the right answer, but that's one of the reasons why it wasn't brought forward, because that was the focus for the last 4 or 5 months. And in terms of when it would, the reason that we missed the window is because these IGAs become effective on January 1st
Right.
of 2023. And so to be able to say to the cities, we're going to give you an increase, approximately X, and we did, and that's one issue. The second issue is we're not quite sure, in large part, what the 2023 number should be, because we're going to have the new center online in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
So that's the, I know it's not a good answer.
Do they know that we're subsidizing them? Have you
They do
communicated
know
that to
two
them?
things.
Yes, sir.
They know that we're subsidizing them, and they know that this is a transition year, and that
Okay.
we're going to be coming back to them to, in fact, have a price that reflects the cost of the new facility.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank, first of all, I have to thank Rebecca, because I have seen the many emails that my chief of staff and I and other team members have sent to you, and you are very responsive, and it has been a lot. And I have to go back to the fact that I learned about the animal services issues and the facility back when I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner. And I know about the person who you mentioned, as well as Commissioner Arrington mentioned, because that person also sent emails to us, and they have never stopped. It has now been 11 years of me seeing those emails from that particular person. And they're very, I think they're purposely made to be alarming. But it's okay, because you have responded every single time to anything that needed a response. You know, first of all, I need to say that the employees, the pets, the visitors, everyone at the facility have endured from maggots falling out of the ceiling, smells from defecation and things just sitting around, cramped space, and so much more. And I saw this with my own eyes 11 years ago. And it continued for quite some time before we could really address it as much as we could, being that, like you said, it's a very cramped space, and we've outgrown it. But one thing that I do have to say is people showed up when it was time for us to vote on that money for a new facility. They filled this assembly hall in support of building this facility, and they did not waver. We received so many emails. It was just amazing. So there are so many people who have a heart for pets. And I too have a heart for pets, but my team and my family told me that I'm in the streets too much helping the people, and that they would call something like pet authorities, or you know how we have family and children services. They said they would call the people that do the pets on me, because it would not be appropriate for me to have a pet. I just could not spend the time with them that would be sufficient for them. And they told me that, yeah, they will definitely eat up your clothes and your shoes when you're not giving the attention, and especially if you get a pet from the shelter, because they need more attention, and that's kind of their way of acting out, to say, look, I need you. And so I have not yet been able to get a pet, but believe me, he already has a name. I have a travel bed for him, a food tray, clothes and everything. He has coats. I just bought myself a cape, and my dog a little cape too when I was out of town. So I'm preparing, because I know one day it will happen. And I just want to say that I want you guys to continue to do the best that you're doing. You're doing a great job. This presentation was very well needed with everything that's happening online. There's a lot of posts that we're being tagged on. I do see Commissioner Arrington tagged as well. But there are a lot of posts with a lot of negative things, and this brings light to the fact that we are trying to address all of this, and it's going to get better. And that's what matters. So thank you so much for all you do.
Commissioner Arrington?
All right, Alton, now you gotta come back up. Y'all neglected to tell us about this during loss negotiations? That's exactly what it was about. That's exactly what we needed to know, that we're gonna have to pay more money and provide more services while we're at the table with those cities. I mean, that just broke my heart when I heard that.
When we said that we didn't want to bring it to the cities during loss negotiations.
No, when you said you didn't want to bring it to us.
No,
You
that's
didn't
not-
tell
no,
us.
No, well, my point
The
was.
people that were at the table doing the negotiating.
Okay,
I mean, that would have been very relevant information for us to have as part of those negotiations and discussions.
understand.
I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. I mean, so what happens if this doesn't get approved? Then what?
Then we'll have to look at reducing services. We may not be able to pick up animals if they're called and so on, because Lifeline just doesn't have this, they won't be able to, you won't have.
But you've already, wait a minute, you said it's too late because you've already done the deal with the cities.
Well, we have one city that's re-signed. I mean, obviously, we could go back to them and say we don't have the approval to spend the money and restart the whole thing. One of the reasons why I said there's a window is because they have to put it in their budgets for 2023.
So when do they do their budgets for 2023?
Same time that we start ours, which is probably August or September, I would think.
I'm sorry, so they actually, if I could just go
No,
ahead and
we
clarify,
just
they're in a
started.
July to June cycle. So what they're asking for us, which is going to make it very difficult, is by the month of March to be able to tell them what they should include in their budget to be able to cover a 2024 and forward type of a contract with us, or an IGA, sir. So they're not on the same budget cycles as us, which makes it difficult for them.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that we, that this was left out from discussion with us while we were at the table negotiating how much we would get for lost, and then now we're stuck with the bill.
It is a 1 year, sir. It's just a transition period, if I may, so it's not a long-term commitment for us. What we will be doing is taking this program, and on page 19, you'll see the formula that we have. It will be proper. So it's just a 1 year bridge that we're looking at here. It's not going to be a long-term commitment that.
I thought you just said it was going to be difficult because they want it by March or something. Is that what?
We're going to be looking at what the averages that you'll see on page 20 as well. If we can't go ahead and get a true number, what we're going to be looking at is what national averages are based upon our sister jurisdictions, as well as what you'll see for county averages, and coming up with the best number that we can to provide them. At that time, we'll know better what our operating expenses would look like as we continue to go ahead and build the shelter. And once again, we'll be working with our procurement office to get a contract out as to what it would take to manage a facility that's 50,000 square feet that could actually go ahead and house the 379 dogs, 99 cats, so on and so forth, that we would actually have at this facility, sir. So what is our job is to do our due diligence to make sure that we can give the absolute best number to the municipalities so they can go ahead and do that. If that turns out that we have to do a one-year IGA and then follow up with something else thereafter, we can do so. If we work with our legal department to figure out what the proper clauses are to put inside there to allow us to have that opportunity after we get in the facility, if we see some increases in charge, in cost to operate it, that we can then pass that on. We'll be leaning on our legal partners as well as our procurement team to make sure those proper, that language is included in those agreements, sir.
All right, we need to talk about this because, I mean, there's cities like Palmetto that doesn't really have use for this. Like, if you're trying to go up on them, like, I mean,
well,
I assume that this mirrors, you know, unfortunately, our jail population, and that 50% or most of the people are coming from the city of Atlanta. And so that's, you know, to some extent where we got to start. You know, Palmetto and Chattahoochee Hills, I don't think there are a lot of animal calls coming in out there.
If you look on page 19 of your packet, sir, we took one calendar year of what the program is, and you'll see what actually, how many calls for service those two jurisdictions have, as well as what % of the program that they cover. They do leverage the system. Work with the mayor of Palmetto often. He tries to reduce the amount of calls that he has in his community by leveraging his police officers. We work very closely with our field officers to ensure that we can do that, to control the cost the best we can. And we do that with every municipality that we serve. We work with them every quarter to go over their billing to make sure that is actually matches what they feel is appropriate. We have changed this program drastically. In years past, what they did is they would bill based upon a last year's consumption for the next year. We've moved to real-time billing. Every quarter, we're looking at these numbers. We're sharing it with our municipal partners to make sure that they agree to it and that we're getting those actual reimbursements every quarter, sir.
All right.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Yes, I'm looking at these numbers. This wasn't what I was planning to talk about, but I do remember the last time we negotiated this and how we did get a lot of pushback, and I'm sure you remember that too.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, they're hearing about it now, whether they knew about it during lost negotiations or not, they're hearing about it now. So I would suggest that we get on having a direct outreach to everybody so that there's not a, you know, negative impact before we even have the conversation with them.
Yes, ma'am. We've reached out to every city manager via letter. I've actually had an opportunity to meet with some of them in one-off meetings as well to answer questions and to be able to go ahead and talk to them about what the future is. That's where I heard pretty loud and clear from them that they needed something as soon as they possibly could in the beginning of the calendar year so they could properly budget. But yes, great suggestions, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to echo the comments that for us to be hearing about it after the fact doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't really think that's the way we should be doing business either. We used to call it the public's rule to not find out something, you know, from a constituent or on the street that we should be told directly.
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of where I feel about this right now. But what I wanted to talk about was the 10 years of good service that we've gotten from Lifeline. And I was here when we made that transition, and the previous vendor was just horrific. And the situation was, it may be crowded and it may be stressful now, but it was terrible, terrible back then. So I wanted to thank you for all you're doing. I think we ought to be helping them raise money if it's not enough. I know you're doing it separately, but there ought to be some conversation about how we could support your efforts to raise more money. I don't know, you know, really if this possible, but in the new shelter, maybe there's a way to have some sort of retail component when people come in. You know, they can buy the supplies that they need to get started with their new pet and help us raise some money there or something like that. But there's got to be some creative ways, you know, an event or something that we could raise money. So I think the community would support that. But again, I think we need to get on this and present it in a way that, you know, is going to be better received than the last time.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but, you know, I'm leaving. I'm not going to be around to, you know, complain about hearing stuff, you know, in the wrong order. But I caution you to, you know, not pay a lot of attention when you're hearing it from multiple people up here that, you know, we're partners. So you shouldn't leave us out if you really want us to be partners.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, other comments or questions? Commissioner Hall?
I thought there was a discussion at some point about having some type of retail store when we first started talking about the shelter. Is that not on the table, or was it removed, or?
I don't think we got to that level of detail on the programming, but we can. The Humane Society has a retail room as well, where you
Right.
can buy food and you can buy collars and that type of stuff.
Right,
So there's no
okay.
reason why we couldn't have our own, FCAS brand, and people can buy hats and they can buy food and they can buy whatever else. So I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Commissioner Arrington?
Guess we could have a friends group too. Friends of the animal shelter, and let them raise money, right? And maybe because who's gonna operate that store? Who's gonna operate the retail? Who's gonna sell that stuff? I mean, like, is Lifeline not selling their own stuff? Or they not already have any retail component?
We don't sell merchandise through the Fulton County Shelter. We do have merchandise. I'll be happy to send you a hat that says Wolf. But there's no room there to do anything like that. So it is not a big moneymaker for us, to be honest with you, the retail part of what we do. But this new shelter is going to be a destination. I mean, we've got ideas. If we're, privileged enough to run the new shelter, because there'll be a new contract then, but we've got ideas about how to provide clinic services and expand our clinic operations so that we'll be able to help some of the people you talked to, about, be able to help those people get care for their pets, and other community members would be able to pay and get really affordable care. There's so much potential with this new shelter. I think y'all are going to be amazed.
How much in the new facility will there be, like, outdoor facilities for animals around, and what?
If you look at your packet, sir, it's probably not the best image that you could see on page 12. I don't have the amount of square feet. We could definitely provide that to your office, but we are increasing the amount of space where the dogs would be able to roam freely. What you see towards the bottom of the architectural drawing, you'll see little white boxes with little black dots in it. Those are actually the single dog cages, but you'll see little green patches. Those are actually really innovative spaces that we've seen that PGAL as well as Animarts has recommended across the country. Those spaces are actually going to be increasing the amount of capacity we have where someone can meet a dog internally. All the other green boxes that you see along the bottom are actually outdoor spaces for the dogs to be able to go ahead and have some outdoor time, to also, once again, for individuals to go ahead and meet those dogs. There's a couple other spaces inside the building where we have internal courtyards where dogs can be able to go out, smaller dogs as well as dogs that are pregnant, things along those lines. And we'll finally have a dedicated space for any dog that is in quarantine due to a medical issue. They'll have their own play space where we haven't had that luxury in the past. And then in the top left-hand corner, you'll see a picture where you see a circle that is actually in the very top of the picture. We finally will have a place where we can actually take the farm animals that we receive and have a pasture for them to be able to go around. You would not believe the amount of livestock that we actually have in Fulton County: horses, cows, sheep, goats, chicken, guinea fowls. I mean, the list goes on and on. Pigs.
Y'all got some fish? I'll adopt some fish.
We do have fish, sir. We do have some fish that is in one of our offices that we would love to go ahead and pass along. And Fergie can have some too, ma'am.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, the motion on the floor is approved. Now, a lot has been said about loss. Loss discussion is not over with. December 30th is the deadline. We still got a couple more hoops to go through before that's finalized. Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 14, 22-0951, police. Alcoholic beverage license, request approval for a license application submitted by Sitco Happy Store for the retail sale of wine and malt beverages at 4060 Martin Luther King Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, is there a motion? Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, Commissioners' action items, 22-0882. Request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 2 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to require the county manager to present the budget request for next fiscal year to the Board of Commissioners no later than 60 days before the millage rate is set and for other purposes. Sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, Mark.
I was going to ask the manager if, does he think that he can do this, and I guess Madam CFO, do they think that this will be helpful?
Sharon, do you want to try to answer it technically? Let me answer it, I guess, philosophically first, and then talk, Sharon, if you'll help us understand the technical details. But I think philosophically, you, as a practical matter, can do it even without this change. In other words, it's taken me several years to understand the nuances of this. But if you instruct us, as we said here today, to assume a different millage rate than the current one just enacted, we can do that as part of the budget process. And then what will happen is we will generate a revenue view consistent with that millage rate, which will be different than today's, and then an expense plan that will comport with that. And when you get to July or August of 2023, you will then take a vote on an appropriate millage rate to meet the revenue requirements for 23. So it allows you to set, if you will, a millage rate and a budget at the same time. You just don't act on the millage rate officially until you get into the 6th or 7th month of the year. We looked at it several, maybe 2 to 3 years ago, trying to actually square it up where it was officially done. And I cannot explain the difficulties, and maybe Sharon can, in doing that, but that's not a simple matter. So I'll leave it like that, and Sharon, you fill in the gaps.
Well, I mean, I think Mr. Anderson did as good a job as explaining it as I possibly could. The action that he's talking about that we looked at a few years back really was changing the county's fiscal year from 12/31 to June 30th or something else to align it more closely with when the millage rate was set. That presented some issues from really from a cash flow perspective and being able to have sufficient resources to support the stub period that we would have to go through to be able to make that change. The problem that we have here is that we don't get the information that we need to set the millage rate until we are, already probably 5, if not 6 months into our fiscal year. So we build a plan based entirely on projections. From a practical perspective, interpreting this resolution, you would be asking us to bring you the 2024 proposed budget 60 days before we set the millage rate for 2023, which is actually the millage rate to support the 2023 budget. Probably the best way to start to look at marrying up the budget and the millage rate is to consider looking at a multi-year budget, which I know at one point in time Cobb County was doing. They would set a budget that was a multi-year budget, and then each year they would go in and just make modifications to that second year of the budget. So it's not quite as clean as it sounds to just bring you the proposed budget for the next fiscal year 60 days out from setting the millage rate, because the millage rate that we're setting is really for the current fiscal year. But maybe looking at a 2-year budget might be the better way to go, or continuing to consider the multi-year view and understand what the millage rate decision, the impact of the millage rate decision has not only on the current year, but on our ability to plan for the ensuing fiscal year as well.
Yeah, I think the challenge is, and I hear what you're saying. I think, for example, I think we're doing that now, right? The budget is anticipating, because of the millage rate that was set, we theoretically lost $80 million from next year's budget. But because next year's millage rate hasn't been set, we can still budget for next year at a different millage rate. But what happens if that millage rate, I mean, I guess that puts maybe that kind of solves it, because then at that point we have to adopt a millage rate in order to be able to sustain the money that's been spent. I just know we haven't really done that in the past, but maybe that is the answer. It's from the budgeting standpoint, assuming a different millage rate. The problem is, we get to next year, everybody always wants to roll it back. Now, I've voted against that several times, maybe every time, but I guess maybe people have a harder time voting against the rollback if, you know, there won't be any money, or there's going to be $80 million less at that time. I mean, I was doing this, I guess, one, to make our job easier, but at the same time, I want to make you all's job easier. If it doesn't help make your job easier, I don't know that we necessarily need it. I mean, it was an attempt to try to make your and our job easier, but if that doesn't help, and since we are now adopting a budget for 2023 and assuming a different millage rate than the millage rate that we just passed, there may not be a need for this.
Okay. So
I'll withdraw it unless anybody else has discussion, or
just withdraw it. Thank you, sir. No objections, it's withdrawn. Continue, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Chairman, the next item is Commissioner Morris's. Do you want to?
Commissioner Morris he had to leave. All right. We'll hold 0884. Continue.
22-0952, request approval of a resolution to establish
All
supplement.
right, we're holding that until our next meeting.
Okay.
Some additional information has been requested.
22-0953, Audit Committee. Commissioner Ellis has nominated Robert Consirak and Jay Small to full board reappointments to terms ending December 31st, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Question? Yes. Question,
I
Commissioner
have a
Hall.
question, because this is a little odd, because it's reminding me of when Commissioner Hausman brought forward an appointee that would go beyond next year, and was told that she couldn't do that or something. And so how is this different? Because we have a new commissioner coming on board who is going to make all of her own appointments.
This is Commissioner Ellis's appointment.
Oh, this is Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They're okay.
full board.
I'm sorry, I thought this was Commissioner Morris. Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. We have an item that was removed from consent for separate consideration on page 3. 22-0894, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, Commissioner Abdul Rahman has nominated Thomas W. Dortch III for district reappointment to an unexpired term ending December 31st, 2024.
All right, I think I and Commissioner Hausman had asked that this would be pulled from the consent agenda for some discussion. And the discussion is really to clarify, and we need to codify. This has caused a lot of confusion based upon the letter of recommendation that was sent incorrectly. So that's what we need to codify, and I've asked the county attorney to begin to address that. And if you recall, in this particular case, the person in question was nominated by the commissioner, but approved by the board. The letter of resignation should have come to the Board of Commissioners, but instead it went to the authority on which this person sits. And at that point, that board asked their attorney, because from the date that the letter of resignation was submitted to the authority incorrectly, about a month had transpired. So their attorney recommended that and confirmed that the person had in fact resigned. So to clarify this and to clear it up, so I met with Commissioner Abdul Rahman and said, let's just start over on this. And that's where we are today. But what I'm asking for us to codify, though, is the process. It's a rare occasion when someone resigns from a board or a commission or an authority. But when that does happen, we need to have a very clear way to do it, and that's what we'll be coming forward with at some point in the future. So that's what I wanted to say today. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Hausman, and Madam County Attorney, you can chime in at some point on what the process will be.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate your desire to do it. I think that's very important because in this particular case, there was a rescinding of the resignation to me, and it was my district appointment. But I think where it got convoluted was there may not have been any communication as to what was going on the board's end versus me accepting the rescinding. And so the part that I'm particularly concerned about this is if the Board of Commissioners does not have knowledge as a board, and if the sitting commissioner who district appointment does not have knowledge that the person has been removed, then you get into, well, whose authority is it? Is it the commissioner's authority to accept the resignation, or is it the appointee or the person that's over the board authority to accept it? So I do think we need to have a policy so we won't run into this again. I'm not saying that there was anything amiss about this or wrong. What I'm saying is something that happened. Unfortunately, it happened with my appointee, but out of fairness, I think the reappointment should take place because there was a rescinding to me in a timely manner. However, in our discussions, I do see that there's a quandary when you have a commissioner missing, an appointee missing from very important information, and it went longer than it should. So I understand the position of us needing to not only codify this, but to get on one page as to how it should be done, how it should be accepted. And I would hope that my appointee would have full support of this board. You supported him before. I had an opportunity to talk to 6 of the other members because I wanted to get an objective view. And 6 other members of the authority said they did not have a problem. They were under the impression that he resigned, and they didn't even know about the receding of it. So I think he needs to be put back on there from a legal perspective, and I think we really do need a policy in place so this will not happen again. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
This is the first I'm hearing of any of this. I don't know who resigned, when they resigned, how they resigned. I don't know any of it. I don't understand. So I need more time to understand this. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand what's going on.
All right, Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Houseman?
Yeah, I was confused by this too. So I did make also some inquiries on what happened because it is kind of unusual. I was told he resigned months ago. In fact, resigned with a note to the authority members or the chair and basically said, don't contact me about this. You know, I'm resigning. And then now he wants back on. And I mean, this is such an important board, especially with what we're facing with lack of hospital service and various things that are out there about the potential needs and solutions for those needs. I'm just concerned about, you know, how serious he is about serving on this board after all this. And so I'd like to understand more about it also.
All right, Commissioner?
He submitted it's Thomas Deutsch III. He submitted a resignation to the members, I think the chair and also the executive director, and he also submitted it to me. When I had a conversation with him that was less than 30 days later, he rescinded it, and I was under the impression, and he was under the impression that he was still under the board. And so as him being my district appointee, I can assure you, Vice Chair, that he's very involved and very serious about serving on this board until I no longer want him to serve again. I think the issue that came about was there were decisions that were made that historically have not been made before. Usually when a district appointee serve and they resign just to the district commissioner that appoints them. They don't necessarily resign to everyone. So I think there was a lack of communication maybe on all parts. But I will assure you that he was under the impression and I was under the impression because I was sent information that he had been removed. And once I got that information, I immediately went to the chairman because the chairman was not aware that he had been removed. And so there was definitely maybe some convoluted information or maybe some individuals that maybe wanted to handle my appointee differently than someone else. I don't know. What I do know is that he was appointed, he was on there, he resigned, and then he rescinded. Now, if we have a policy in place, and the county attorney has not told me that we have a policy in place that he has to let everyone know. He doesn't have to let everyone know that he resigned. He took it upon himself, but counterintuitive to that, he let two people know, and from what the conversation that I had with at least one of them, they were under the impression that he rescinded it, but they were told that it was accepted. And so that's why I'm saying another commissioner cannot accept a resignation on my behalf for my district appointee. No other commissioner can do that. I can only do that.
No,
and so,
no, correction on that now. You nominated the person to the board. The board approved. So the board of commissioners is the approval group.
Well, let me restate that. And County Attorney, you can clarify this if I'm incorrect. I stand incorrected. A sitting commissioner, any commissioner, can accept a resignation from another commissioner for resignation on a board appointment that was approved by all. That's what I'm asking. Can that be done, yes or no?
So the appointing authority would be the one to accept, if there is a requirement for acceptance of resignation, the appointing authority would be the one to accept. So in that sense, because the board as a whole is the appointing authority, no one commissioner would be able to accept on behalf of the board as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. That's what I was trying to clear up. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Ellis?
So he resigned to somebody, maybe it wasn't a legitimate resignation, all that stuff aside. I guess but it sounds like he wanted off the board for some reason and was potentially off the board for some reason for some period of time. Which creates somewhat of a red flag. And now he has a desire to go back on. I guess it's your appointment, so I just want to understand kind of, since he did want to leave and did apparently leave, why, in your estimation, is it the right reason to bring him back or reinstate him or whatever the term you want to use? I guess I'm just looking to understand that.
And Commissioner Ellis, that is a valid question. One, I don't believe it was done correctly because of it should have been done for the board as opposed to, well, let me let me change. Because this may be unique in how not only it was done, but how it was handled after it was done. So I think out of fairness, because technically from my perception, based on what was done, he wasn't off the board because he rescinded it. I have had other appointees to come to me and want to resign for whatever reason, whether it's a health issue, whether it's something they feel maybe their time changes. And so not that I have to give you a reason, but I'm willing to be candid and tell you why. When I had a conversation with him, I asked him, because January 1st, the districts will change. And so upon him having a conversation with me, he said, you know, I've done good work here. I've worked good with all these people. I would like to stay until the new appointee, because the new appointee would be from a new district. So it wasn't like he didn't want to be on there. I understand from his colleagues that I had a conversation with that he came to meetings, he had conversations, he took it very seriously. And so what I asked and what he offered was that he would still be on the board, but I think for someone to resign and have a change of heart for whatever reason, he's not the first, neither will he be the last. I think the way it was handled with the possibility of being miscommunication and who accepted or didn't accept it, I don't know. All I know that it was not handled in a way that it should have been appropriately handled. And so there is no red flag in anything that he's done. It was my appointee who I had a conversation with who had a change of heart and rescinded. And so it's not that he can't do it, it's that he has work that he has not finished. I felt like at the end of the day, he should be given an opportunity to serve the time that him and I have discussed as him being my appointee and the district's changing. And so I would behoove this body that what happened to me could have happened to anyone. It could have happened to anyone on this body, not just me. And so I think out of sense of fairness, he should be reappointed. Out of sense of fairness, if it was not done correctly, and it wasn't, we can say that he gave the rescinding to me, and maybe I should have had a conversation with someone else, but like when I talked to the chairman, there's nobody else that I would have had a conversation with, because there's no history showing that this has happened. Now, the other part of the puzzle is, what if somebody wants to stay on and you ask somebody to resign? How will we handle that in light of what has happened with this? So I think it's only fair to reset the clock, let him be put back on the board since it was not done correctly, whoever fault it was. And fault may not be the best word to use, but you get on a slippery slope when you decide that something that has already been done incorrectly and you let it stay done incorrectly. I think it's in the best interest and full fairness to this body that he be reappointed. We put the rules in place or codify how it should be done when someone is asked to step down and when someone has submitted a resignation. Since we do not have, the county attorney told me, we don't have anything in place. When he resigned to everyone, including me, and had the conversation with me, had we had something in place that I would have said, okay, you must rescind to the chair, you must rescind to so-and-so, I would have followed that policy. We had nothing in place. And so out of fairness, I would say to please put my appointee, support my appointee being put back on there, and let us move forward with a policy in place so this would not happen again.
Commissioner Ellis?
Okay, that helped a little bit for me, Commissioner, but I'm still, and I don't want to belabor this, and maybe we should have just an offline conversation and maybe bring it back up for the next meeting, but I'm confused, are we voting to reinstate him on the board?
No, she is nominating him again, subject to the approval of this body.
And I was, if I can speak to that, in having a conversation with the county attorney, it was stated to me this would be the best way to handle it because it's kind of up in the air. Is he off the board? Is he on the board? And it's too much of a convoluted issue. And so the best remedy to this situation would be for him to be nominated again. Keep in mind, I thought he was on the board. He thought he was on the board. The chair and the CEO thought he was off the board based on them accepting a resignation. And so to clear the air and make sure that a sense of fairness, not only a sense of fairness, but is he truly off the board? Is he truly on the board? So this was presented to me as really the only answer to this.
Commissioner Ellis, if I may. My understanding is that the individual resigned initially based upon a family matter, and then subsequently when that resolved, sought to rescind his resignation. Because the establishing resolution for the authority does not designate or specify a method of resignation, The legal question presented now is, was his resignation effective? Because there is no specific procedure or guidance on how the resignation should be tendered, or if it needs to be accepted, or by whom. We suggested to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman that this method would be the best way to clarify the current situation, and then going forward, perhaps consider codifying a specific procedure so that these questions would be more clearly resolved in the future.
Okay, okay. And then I know maybe it's getting late, but then you also referenced, which another thing that maybe confused me a little bit. Reason I'm really asking about the reinstatement is you made some statement about the district lines changing or something like more like that at the end of 2022 he was preparing to leave anyway or something.
No, I'm sorry. Let me clarify that statement. My office had decided that board appointments that are already in place will stay in place even if they are expired. And board appointments, I'm not making any new board appointments until after January 1st. That was a decision my office made. And so there are board appointments that I need to make possibly now, but it's so close to the end of the year that I will not make them until the new year comes in. Conversely, there are board appointments that have expired that I have not removed people, but I'm not doing that until 2023. And so this is not something that I would have done or that I would have thought would have been a good idea based on my personal experience dealing with my board appointees. And so it wasn't that I asked him, he had an issue to stay on to 2023. What I had decided from my office that it would be best for me not to ask anybody to step down and not to appoint anybody until after January 1st.
And you can dismiss this if you don't like this approach, but maybe just offer a friendly resolution to this, only because I had this, it's similar, it's not exact, but I had a person resign. I'm not sure they resigned to me. I'm not sure who they resigned to. I didn't even discuss this with anybody, right? I just assumed that they were resigned and there was an open, I think they resigned to you. I think they sent it to the clerk or sent it to, it was an arts council person. So it was it was an unexpired term. So I was told that the way I had to handle it was I had to appoint the person for an unexpired term, and it had to be voted on or whatever, put on the agenda. And then at a later date, I had to come back and do a reappointment. Perhaps could we just reinstate or appoint him for, to the unexpired term, and then you could have the two-step process and bring it back for the full appointment.
I accept that. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Is that fair? Okay. No, it's basically, you're just reinstating for the end of this term, and then she brings him back as a district appointment for the full term. Yeah.
We're complicating something here that's real simple to solve. Well, and I think what's before us now is a way to solve this and allow the county attorney to codify how resignations will be handled going forward.
Yeah, I only offered up the other because I just went through it, and that was sort of the process they told me. So maybe it's not exactly the same scenario, but.
Yeah, and I don't think that solves it because this is for a term ending December 31, 2026. So
I know that's what my modification.
That's incorrect, Commissioner.
Yeah.
This is not for the unexpired term. This is for
No, that was my
this is for the new term.
Right,
Full
no.
4-year.
Right. So it would not put him back on now.
That was my offer as a compromise.
Yeah.
To
So
reinstate him, and then she comes back for a full board. For a reappointment for a full term.
well, let me know when it's my turn because I'm gonna do a motion to hold.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah. I'm doing a substitute motion to hold. This is my first time hearing about any of this. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand it. I need to review it myself.
Commissioner Aaron, I don't have a problem with you holding it so you can get the information.
All right, substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? You seconded by Commissioner Hall. You ready? Yes? All right, the motion on the substitute motion to hold. Let's vote. And you're okay with it?
That's fine, they can hold it.
Vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, any other matters that come before us? All right, no further matters that come before us today, but as a friendly reminder, at 5:30, we're hosting our legislative delegation at 5:30 on the 10th floor. So, no, 10th floor. Mr. Manager, Dr. Rochelle, Ms. Whitmore, Adams, et cetera. All right. All right, no further matters to come before us today. We are adjourned, and everybody's invited. It's our legislative delegation.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.